Good evening. It's match number 20 here at the K. Rasa Legends League, and we are here in the beautiful city of Srinagar. It's a fresh pitch. We had an unbelievable game last night, and you'll be surprised who I've got next to me. Is the last afternoon. Good evening. It's match number 20 here at the Good evening. It's match 20 here at the K. Rasa Legends League Season 3, and we are in the beautiful city of Srinagar. It's a fresh pitch. Yesterday, we had an unbelievably exciting game, and I've got the coach of the winning team, Nikhil Chopra, who's going to tell us everything about the surface.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. And like you said, fresh track, and we're standing in the middle of this particular pitch for a reason. If you look at this little patch here for the quicker bowlers, when the quicker bowlers bowl from there, you hit that little spot, you don't know how the ball's going to react, and there's something in it for the quicker bowlers. And on my left, bang for the spinner, left arm spinner, there's that little spot somewhere around middle stump. If you start hitting that little area there, the ball will turn, it'll grip, of course, and you don't know how it's going to react bouncing. But there is something in it for the batsman as well. Because the side boundaries are short, as a batsman, you have got to be thinking about what are the pockets that I'm going to be hitting. Sixes, not boundaries, because of the bumpy outfields, the slowness of the surface as well. Think of the number of sixes you can go out there and hit. And this is an evening game. You'll have dew coming in later half. I personally feel it's going to get better to bat on second innings.
And as a coach, what length will you be asking them to look for those boundary options?
Back at the length, for me, the mantra has been simple. When I played the game and I speak to my bowlers, even today, is you look at the surface, couple of deliveries you bowl. One, the ball is pitched far enough. By the time it gets to the batsman, it's got to be knee height. Now, why knee height? Because the length, the height of a batsman, the reach of a batsman keeps changing as well. So as a bowler, you need to adapt to that. So back at the length, ball's got to be finishing knee height. There's enough time for the ball to do something or the other by the time it reaches the batsman. That's where you'll start getting to pick up wickets.
As Nikhil Bhai said, there's plenty for the bowlers, but there's something for the batters too. But I still think if you win the toss, you're going to bowl first.
Check, check, check. It's on PA now. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Ah, yeah. Can you? Yeah, it's happy. Level is okay. Check 1, check 2. Sir, can you give the check 1? No, not required. IAB not required.
cancel?
No, IAB not required.
For the show?
Okay. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. Abhi, give me 1 minute. Check, check, check. This is R3, check 1. Happy Abhi, happy R3. You want to check pitch mic?
Pitch mic also you can use.
This standby pitch mic on PA, check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4. Happy? Yes, yes, I'm happy.
Because it was so loud. We are back at the Bakshi. Cricket returned to Srinagar yesterday with a bang, and today we've got two more sides scrapping to get to the playoffs of the K. Rasa Legends League. It is the India Capitals against the Manipal Tigers, last year's champions against the 2022 winners. And this is a really big game. It's the last group game for both of these sides. They're both at the moment in the playoff spots, but this could well be a knockout match. Just a note for you, the first game between Manipal and Connaught Series has now been reverted to a Connaught win. So those three sides are all on 6 points. The winner of this will be guaranteed to go into the first qualifier against the Southern Superstars. The loser, though, will then be looking nervously over their shoulders and keeping an eye on tomorrow's last group match. They'll be desperately hoping for the Gujarat Greats to beat Connaught. Well, hello there. Great to have you on board again as we get set for our first game under the lights here at the Bakshi Stadium. John Kent, as ever, is here. And guess who's with him? It's Mr. Chopra. Should I say Coach Chopra? And your boys are the comeback kids. I mean, what a performance. 3 wins in a row. You must be very proud of the fighting spirit.
Well, incredible. Just goes to show the character of our side, never say die attitude. And I told you, the first 3 games of the tournament, we ended up on the losing side on the 20th over last ball as well. So it just goes to show, you know, of course, the character of our side, and I believe in our guys, and just the heart that they go out there and play cricket. It's incredible.
Well, you'll be in the playoffs. How good is it as well to be here in Srinagar, bringing high-level cricket back here for the first time in almost 40 years?
Srinagar is an outstanding venue, and I'm glad the Legends League Cricket thought about it. The Jammu Kashmir, the council, sports council, you know, took that initiative. They want to get some cricket back into the valley as well. It's a great initiative for some of the younger guys as well. They see their role models go out there, showcase their talent. Then you say, well, I want to be looking to be playing first-class cricket for Jammu Kashmir. Then you want to go out there and play IPL. You want to represent the country as well. And some of these younger kids, you see your role models, and then you want to go out there and emulate them. So I think it's phenomenal.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of talent in
and
Jammu and Kashmir.
breathtaking golf courses, I'll tell you that.
Right, how about this game then, mate? I mean, this could be a straight knockout match between the Tigers and the Capitals.
Yeah, I've really, since last night when I saw this game coming up on the fixture list, I thought this is going to be probably the biggest game of the tournament so far. We know their teams come back so beautifully. They're in the mix now. These two teams now have got so much to play for in that log jam in the mid-table. And both these sides are really playing great cricket. They've shown some of their best players. There's some key players. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about them just now, but this is a great fixture tonight.
Yeah, all right. This could be a very important toss. First night game, so don't know. Do you want to bowl first, perhaps? Let's find out. Georgie, over to you.
We're down here for the toss. It is quite fresh out here this evening, our first evening match here in Srinagar. I am joined by the 2 captains and also our match referee, Manu Nair. And I believe, Ian, you have the coin, so if you'd like to give it a flip.
Heads. Heads is the call.
Heads is the call.
Heads it is.
And heads it is. So, TP, you want to come over. What are you going to do?
I would like to bowl first.
And how come?
Because of, it's never know about the pitch. It's really difficult to put a score on the board because this is our first game. So that's why we want to bowl first.
And your first game here, but also if you win this, you get into the playoff matches. Does that sort of impact how you prepare for a game like this, or does it take it one at a time?
Yeah, of course, because of it's another game, but don't think about the too much. If you are playing good cricket, definitely we can jump to the number 2. So just we want to think about just another game.
And exciting for you stepping up as captain today?
It's because I did so many franchises as a captain, so it's not an exciting time,
Well, good luck and go well out there.
Thank you.
So, Ian, you're going to be having a bat first. What would you have done?
We probably would have bowled first as well, just for the same reasons. Probably not quite knowing what the score is, but that's what it is now, and we'll just go out there as aggressive as we can and try and put a big score on the board.
And your first game here in Srinagar, this is much more like English temperatures for us. How have you guys prepared for this game?
Obviously, we came off the back of a good win the other night, so we had a down day yesterday, and guys have recharged well, fresh, and ready to play hopefully an aggressive brand of cricket.
And you performed really well in that last game. It's sort of a slow, steady captain's knock, so you're just going to carry that one into this and go and maybe find some boundaries this time.
Look, I think we were just playing the conditions, playing just to win. We needed to win the game. Same today, you've got to read conditions. If we're going well, then we've got a flexible batting order that we can use a lot of power players. If we have to read the situation and build again to go hard at the end, then we'll do that accordingly. But I think that's been the best thing about the group. We're quite flexible batting lineup and use different skills when we need it.
Well, good luck and go well out there.
Thank you. Cheers.
So the news from the middle is that Manaval have won the toss and they're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much, Georgie. John, over to the Capitals batters. It's not going to be easy to know what's a good score batting first.
Yeah, it's, the wicket looks tough. Obviously, it has been tough, but I think just try and play to your strengths. There are moments in the game where you can have an opportunity to really get a couple of big overs, and then you need to put the foot flat, as we saw last night. Hyderabad did that so well, I thought, really, when they had a couple of tough periods against some of the spinners, but they really had the opportunity, and when they did, they got some really big overs. But batting first is going to be tricky, but I think that's the right toss from Tessaro Pereira about bowling first and maybe batting later on tonight, when if there's a bit of dew around, things like that. So I think it's a good toss to win.
We have a fresh pitch today. Let's have a close look at it. You've already examined it. do you think it's going to play similar to yesterday or slightly different?
I think it's going to play a little different, and especially towards the second inning with a slightly wetter ball, dew coming in. I think the surface will bind a little better. Batsmen would enjoy batting these sort of conditions. There are a few spots on one particular side of the surface, just back of the length for the quicker bowlers, and one side in the middle of the wicket where you can probably see some of the left-arm spinners exploit that area. It will grip. But come the second inning with a wet ball, it'll just come on, skid on to the bat a little better. That's why no real surprises that Tessaro Pereira winning the toss and wanting to go out there and bowl first, because the spinners also get a drier ball to bowl with.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get some dew. Let's take you back to last night then. I'm sure Nikhil's very happy to talk about that. What a game we had, and particularly from Hyderabad, who for the second time this season beat the table toppers Southern Superstars, and they did it actually with relative ease. Superstars batted first by choice. They made 153 in the end, and Toyam knocked it off in 18.2 overs, 5 wickets down. Ravi Jungid had a great game. He was the legend of the match, picked up a key wicket, 42 not out as well, and Gurkira again with a vital knock, 32 off 25. Let's start with Jungid though, John, and that was quite an important contribution because Toyam were missing some key players yesterday.
Yeah, I think he stepped up quite nicely where he got some responsibility given to him, and sometimes in these team games, some guys really take full advantage of it and say, coach over here, take note, and I'm ready for the future games to come still. So I think he showed some great skills, and with the bat as well, he was a little bit slow to start. I know he was, and he struggled to touch. He faced some good bowling early on, but he sort of worked through it, and then he sort of flourished quite nicely.
Well, I guess the intent to me was more important. Like you said, he started off slow, where it was difficult for him to even find the singles, but he had a clear-cut message that you go out there and back yourself with a little bit of positive intent. Shot selection, to me, ball selection was key, and that was the message sent to him. If you feel that you're 100% sure that you're going to go after a particular bowler, the length, back yourself and wait for those deliveries, because on a small ground, if you play 18 deliveries, get me 5 runs, and then the next 3 deliveries on this particular ground, you can hit 3 sixes as well.
Yeah.
So don't worry about that. Don't get bogged down 7, 8, even 9 dot balls to your name, because that will change in a matter of 2 to 3 deliveries because of the size and dimensions of this ground.
Yeah, well, someone who has been backing himself all season is Gurkirat Singh Mann. Another really, really important innings yesterday. He's been shooting up the top run scorers list. Obviously, it'll take some doing to catch up with Martin Guptill. He's been the first person ever in LLC to hit over 300 runs. But Gurkirat now in that second position. He's overtaken Ben Dunk. He's been really consistent all the way through. Has he shown everyone else just how to bat on these slow, low turners?
That's the key. Like you said, how to bat on these slow, low turners, how late you play the ball, what kind of hands you have. very rarely do you see Gurkeerat go out there and play maybe 3-4 dot balls, because he's always looking to work the ball, find the gaps, looking to play the sweep shots. He's always looking to be a step ahead of the bowler. Whether it's a quicker bowler, a spinner, he's got all the shots. Incredible hands. You know, he's always looking to be a step ahead of the bowler.
I also think his key thing for me is that he doesn't just get runs in any situation. He'll get it and be the man in at the very end to hit the winning runs. That's what he's been really good at doing. Like you talk about Bevans, those players whose runs are sometimes, you know, not in a winning cause, or you might not be the man who finishes the game, but he's that man who has finished the game, and that's a vital, you know, key to have as a player.
If I may say so, he goes out and bats at number 3. He's the glue that binds the entire Hyderabad batting order together.
Yeah. That's a very good phrase. I like that. Tough runs. It's all about tough runs. Speaking of tough runs, the India Capitals have got someone who likes to score tough runs as well in Ian Bell, and we saw that in their last win. Last ball thriller against Gujarat Greats, chasing 135. That looked to be a good score on that pitch in Jammu, and at one point they looked like they were falling behind, but Ian Bell played an absolute gem of a knock, 41 not out of 49 balls, and he hit the winning runs right at the end. No boundaries. I mean, you know, you've got to have real patience and technique as a batter to lead your side home in that situation.
And Bell's technique, you know, it is incredible. If you watched him, even when he's playing international cricket, how late he plays that cricket ball. When he's looking to defend, everything is underneath the eyes. He's never committed. And on a surface like this, or Jammu, or the Jodhpur surface, the red soil where it's turning square, he's looking to play late and just keep moving the ball, keep that scoreboard ticking. Even on the good deliveries, he's able to find the singles as well. I won't be surprised that he goes out and bats at number 3. Even for the India Capitals batting first, they've got to have one accumulator and one who can go out there and take the bowlers on. Yeah,
well, that might be someone like Bharat Chipley. He can accumulate, but he can also bang the ball out of the park. He spoke earlier to Abhishek Junjunwala.
I've got Bharat Chipley with me. Bharat, thanks for talking to us. First and foremost, how's the league been so far for you?
For me, personally, it's pretty good. And not say it's really good. I mean, okay, I got runs one game and then I couldn't bat one game. Got out early one of the matches and then unfortunate run out that you know.
And the conditions have been very difficult, but you found a way to score runs on that. And what's the key? As a batter, what should you be looking to do on those surfaces?
One is to bat straight, even if it's a short ball, not to try and go for the cross-batted ones. It's very difficult on these type of surfaces. Even in Jammu, it was like that. So I basically went straight and backed my ability to do it completely and thoroughly. Had that 100% conviction to do it. And I know what my strengths are. I know what my weaknesses are. So I stick to my strengths. If the ball is there to be hit, and I hit it.
For domestic cricketers who are retired, how big an opportunity is Legends League?
I mean, it's actually great. If you see after the IPL, there's nothing left. So and then this came in, which was which is a big tournament. For us retired cricketers, it's just like an IPL. So get another opportunity to play cricket, and also make new friends and gel with the team and get that, you know, what do you call that? The will to win, and it comes back again naturally. So it's kind of good that we get to play these tournaments.
And also, do you look at this league and see that there is opportunity, if you do really well in this league, to play elsewhere?
Oh, 100%. People are watching. Most of them watch this tournament. So if I score runs here or do well for the team and win matches for the team, I think many tournaments are up for grabs.
Go well. Enjoy the game today.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Right, we have the two teams. Let's start with the India Capitals. John, you can talk us through their 11.
Runs, but I think Bell at 3 important, and I'd like to see Dunk and Nurse come in a bit earlier today. We saw last game Nurse came in at 8, which was late. I know he had a good role to finish the game, but I'd like to get him to Grandholm up a lot earlier. Chipley maybe can be 7, 8, somewhere there possibly, but get those overseas in nice and early. Sharma Kulkarni with a seamer has been excellent, so I'd like to see what he can get out of those wickets early on. But they've got to bat first, and they've got to put something up quite decent.
Nikhil, how much will Manipal miss Budgie today?
On that surface, definitely, and especially if Ben Dunk comes out looking to promote himself in the batting order as well, then it's going to be interesting. You'll miss the quality of Harbhajan Singh against the left-hander as well. But otherwise, they've got Phil Mustard, Amit Verma, Manoj Tiwari. Pereira, to me, is going to be key on that surface as well. Praveen, the left-arm spinner. It's about, as a spinner, hitting your lengths and visually thinking as a spinner that you're going to be looking to turn every single ball. And why I say visually looking to think that you're going to turn every single ball is because if you're quicker through the air, then the revs on the ball get reduced.
Yeah.
So you got to increase the revs on the ball even on a surface like that.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday there is big turn if you really do give it a rip.
Shivakant Shukla, you see
Oh
that?
my God, that was like Shane Warne, ball of the century. That was maybe not quite as good as that, but it was very good. Tissera Pereira, we've already mentioned him a little bit. What's interesting is the power hitters have struggled at times in this tournament, but not him. He's just played his normal game and he's had no problem at all striking the ball.
Yeah, I think it's tough to walk in on all these wickets to hit it first ball and really hit it cleanly from ball one. But I do appreciate it when some of the players just give themselves a little bit of a chance, get themselves a feel of the wicket. And then once he's got that, he's able to free those arms up. And once he extends those arms, no field's big enough for him.
I tell you what, I fancy him. He might hit it over this pavilion. Someone might today.
Didn't they tell you the umpires have got a bigger library of balls?
I might go and hunt for some myself before I go just over there.
Yeah, he catches a hold of a few, like John said, no ground is big enough. And I think on this particular surface, if you compare this to the one in Jammu, this particular surface, though it's going to be turning slope, but the bounce is better. Now, if there's bounce, the bigger hits will come in effect.
Do you think that's a big toss to win?
Most definitely. Evening games, chasing second, dew, wet a ball, the moisture will bind the surface even better. Chasing, of course.
Okay.
Big
So
toss.
you're saying Manipal?
Until unless I see 190 on the board with somebody going crazy. And Dwayne Smith is due for a big one as well.
Yeah, he is. John?
I'm back in the Tigers. I think they played some good cricket. They've got some key players, I think, that are going to be excellent in these type of conditions today.
Yeah, I tell you what, this is a massive game. Huge game for the fans, and they are coming through the door in their droves. Hopefully we'll get another decent crowd in tonight. First night game here in Srinagar of the tournament. The India Capitals, they're going to have to bat first. Stay with us. Hold on to your hats. It's going to be exciting.
Welcome back to K Rasa Legends League Season 3. We are on to match number 20, live from Srinagar. It is the India Capitals taking on the Manipal Tigers. The winners of this game book themselves a place in the playoffs. We've already got the superstars in there and Toyam Hyderabad, so there are 2 spaces left, and it's an evening game today. We had an afternoon match yesterday, so there are the 2 that are qualified, Southern Superstars and Toyam Hyderabad, after winning 3 in a row. So India Capitals and Manipal Tigers are currently in that top 4 at the moment, and whoever wins this books themselves a big Q next to their name and will be on the road towards the finals, they will hope. So a real nail-biter. We could be on for an exciting match tonight. The superstars, they are there, and we know that the Toyam Hyderabad will be in there somewhere too, but that is how it lines up. The 12th, the superstars in second place, and then third and fourth play each other on the 13th. And then we go into the qualifier 2, and then all the way into the final. So a very exciting road ahead, but we are still in the group stages at the moment, and there is a lot still to play for. It's our first evening match here in Srinagar, and that is what all the teams have their eyes on at the very end. Manipal Tigers, it's currently in their possession after they won last year, so they're looking to try and defend that title. It's not been an easy road to get to this point, but the fans don't mind about that. They're in. Cricket has returned to Srinagar, and we saw a huge crowd in yesterday, and they want to see the stars of the global game, Ian Bell captaining that India Capitals side. Iqbal Abdullah, he can be important with that left arm spin. It's going to be difficult taking those catches under these lights. Kulkarni showing us exactly how it's done, and Ashley Nurse, he could be sending it to all parts. We could see some big hitting here tonight. We saw some last night. Kristen Pofu there just going through the skipping. So it could be a very exciting match we've got on tonight. Rabbi Sharma there. And the India flags waving wildly as always. And wherever you go in this country, cricket is passion. And bringing cricket back to Srinagar is what the Legends League has done this year, and didn't they appreciate it yesterday? Some of those hits, they just, well, actually the first ball went for a single, and it was as if it had gone out the ground. Dan Christian there, hitting it along the ground, and they'll be hoping it comes flying through the air towards him. And it's going to be very important, this roll of the spin. Gupta there. Abu Majid. There you go. So we want to be getting rolled out, rolling out these muscles. Manoj Tiwari, the sidearm sling there from him. And Gunaratne, he was the star when they played in that super over, which seems a long time ago now, but that's where they came out on top against the Toyam Hyderabad, and so kept themselves in the running. Remember, they are defending champions, those Manipal Tigers. Young fans are in, older fans are in, and it's a really exciting game ahead. Get that popcorn out, and it could be some big scoring. We saw an exciting game last night. Now let's go have a look at what the track could play like tonight.
Good evening. It's match 20 here at the K Rasa Legends League Season 3, and we are in the beautiful city of Srinagar. It's a fresh pitch. Yesterday we had an unbelievably exciting game, and I've got the coach of the winning team, Nikhil Chopra, who's going to tell us everything about the surface.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. And like you said, fresh track, and we're standing in the middle of this particular pitch for a reason. If you look at this little patch here for the quicker bowlers, when the quicker bowlers bowl from there, you hit that little spot, you don't know how the ball's going to react, and there's something in it for the quicker bowlers. And on my left, bang for the spinner, left arm spinner, there's that little spot somewhere around middle stump. If you start hitting that little area there, the ball will turn, it'll grip, of course, and you don't know how it's going to react bouncing. But there is something in it for the batsman as well. Because the side boundaries are short, as a batsman, you have got to be thinking about what are the pockets that I'm going to be hitting. Sixes. not boundaries, because of the bumpy outfields, the slowness of the surface as well. Think of the number of sixes you can go out there and hit. And this is an evening game. You'll have Dew coming in later half. I personally feel it's going to get better to bat on second innings.
And as a coach, what length will you be asking them to look for those boundary options?
Back at the length, for me, the mantra has been simple. When I played the game and I speak to my bowlers, even today, is you look at the surface, couple of deliveries you bowl. One, the ball is pitched far enough. By the time it gets to the batsman, it's got to be knee height. Now, why knee height? Because the length, the height of a batsman, the reach of a batsman keeps changing as well. So as a bowler, you need to adapt to that. So back at the length, ball's got to be finishing knee height. There's enough time for the ball to do something or the other by the time it reaches the batsman. That's where you'll start getting to pick up wickets.
As Nikhil Bhai said, there's plenty for the bowlers, but there's something for the batters too. But I still think if you win the toss, you're going to bowl first.
So the coin went up. Ian Bell sent that coin up when I was down there with the two captains, and it came down in favour of the Manipal Tigers, who have decided that they are going to have a bowl first. And this is how the two teams line up, the India Capitals and Manipal Tigers. Up the top for India Capitals, Dwayne Smith, Dhruv Ravel, Ian Bell, coming off the back of a great performance in the previous game. Ben Dunk, we know he can hit some big runs. And then the Manipal Tigers, Phil Mustard with the gloves. And today, captained by Thisara Pereira. And Abhishek has made up the steps, and he's here joining me today while we have a look at these teams.
Yeah, both teams look very balanced, and it's a very important game. It's kind of a must-win game for both these sides. And the umpires are making their way into the middle. We got Billy Bowden and Jerry Matabiri, both highly experienced umpires. We are in for a treat, Georgie. We are in for a treat in Srinagar.
I learned something with umpires today, actually. They measure their run-up as such with the paint in the same way the bowlers do. So they were sharing the paint. And actually, Jerry was out there and he was standing behind the stumps, measuring it with his paint marks and checking that he was I've never really thought about that before.
Yeah, also, a lot of times you'll see the bowlers having a discussion with the umpire. Sometimes they ask them to come back slightly. Sometimes they ask them to go a little closer to the stumps based on their run-up. But yeah, it's good to see that umpire also have their own marks where they're comfortable standing and also is not interrupting the bowlers at any way. Here, it's a new opener. Seems like it's Dhruv who's going to open the innings, Dhruv Ravel. And alongside him is going to be Smith. Dwayne Smith, the big hitter, the power hitter.
Yeah, I think if you're in the stands today, you wouldn't be turning away from the pitch with someone like that, knowing how far he can hit it. We saw one go right into the top tier of the stand opposite us yesterday afternoon. We could see the mountains in the distance yesterday, but now it's just a few lights twinkling up behind the stands over there.
You're absolutely right. It's some sight during a day game. So picturesque, and it's beautiful. But at the moment, it's going to be Dwayne Smith who's going to take the strike. Over 7,800 runs. Very good strike rate, 128. But it'll depend how he starts, as we know. We'll look at the pitch. We'll have to wait and see how it plays. Very hard to assess, though. One thing is certain, there will be turn.
And Dhruv Ravel, the left-hander up the top today, strike rate up over 130, and that'll be really important, actually. Yesterday, we just weren't quite sure how it was going to play, but it'll be a little different this evening, as the dew will come into play later on, and that kind of factor. And then also the pressure of the fact that this will book them a spot in those playoffs. So Praveen Gupta, left arm orthodox, opening up 11 wickets in that economy, just under 8. So he'll be starting things off tonight. So we are starting with some spin from the Tigers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Dwayne Smith goes about his business. He's been out-bowled a few times in this tournament, especially against the fast bowlers. Here against the spinner. He fancies the onside. He loves the slog sweep. Also very strong hitter down the ground.
And he's found turn straight away. It's exactly what you said, Abby.
No surprises there. Nicely bowled as well. But also, you know, there's a challenge for the bowlers. On a turning track, it's not that easy to bowl either. You've got to get your line and length right as well.
Yeah, great start this from Praveen, though. So they're without Harbhajan today, who we know has been really important in taking early wickets and making breakthroughs. And how crucial would he have been on a track like
Massive,
this?
massive. But we saw Manoj Tiwari rolling his arm over earlier. Again, he's somebody who really fancy bowling, and also he's a bit like Kedar Yadav, who can bowl at different angles. He really sometimes bowl really low arm action. So it'll be interesting to see if he gets a go today, because Sitara Pereira is leading the side.
Yeah, I think he was sort of relishing the idea. I spoke to him down at the toss. He's saying, you know, he's captain franchise sides around and about, and he was coming to captain here, taking over from Harbhajan. Always big shoes to fill, but I think he was quite excited.
Yeah, at the moment we see Manoj Tiwari just setting the field for the spinner. He is the vice captain for this game, but Thisara Pereira leading, the skipper. And he's been, as you said, he's captained a lot of franchise side around the world, highly experienced cricketer, and what a terrific cricketer as well. But here, left-handers always have added advantage.
Nicely weighted that. They're going to pick up their first boundary of the day, slashed away.
Was a poor delivery. Was a long hop, was asking to be hit, and drove. Lovely shot. Didn't try and overhit it. He knew there was no one guarding the boundary, just had to place it. Beautifully done. The first boundary for India Capitals and first boundary for Dhruv Rawal. Good player. And also we'll see teams using their left-handers quite well on this surface.
Oh. That one's just straightened on him. He's done well, actually, to keep that out.
Yeah, if you're the captain, you would like to have a left-right combination throughout the innings if you can, if you have that option. There are plenty of left-arm spinners in each team, or leg spinners, wrist spinners. Always an advantage for the left-handers to go with the spin.
Struck on the pad, and just a sort of muted appeal in optimism, but no real venom behind that. First over gone, 6 runs coming from it, 6 for none. So this is how the sides line up today. India Capitals batting first. They've got Smith and Dhruv Rawal opening things up, and they've got some really good batting to come in. Bell coming off some good form. Ben Dunk, we know what he's been able to do in this tournament so far as well. So they'll feel pretty positive that they can try and put a good score on here, despite the fact they didn't choose to have a bat first. So we're going to some pace from the other end. So Abu Najim, economy just over 7.5. And that's going to be another boundary for Dhruv Rawal.
Wonderful shot, just clipped down the leg. Abu Najim playing his first match of Legends League Season 3. A hint of swing, just drifting onto the pads. Easy picking for the batter. Highly experienced, played a lot of cricket, first-class cricket for Assam, played for Mumbai Indians in the IPL. So very experienced cricketer. Used to be quite quick in his heydays. Still got a bit of zip about him. But there's always a nervous energy when you're playing your first game, George. It doesn't matter where you're playing.
Glorious shot. There is a fielder out there, made a lovely noise coming off the bat. And so this is what they have to deal with tonight, these two. They'll be looking to try and set high total. What do you make of this one, Abby?
At the moment, he's playing quite nicely. I mean, it looks a bit different So you don't know what to expect. It's hard to tell how this pitch is going to play. As I said, one thing is certain on that surface, that you will get a bit of purchase as a spinner, a bit of turn. But so far, if you look at it, the way the ball is coming onto the bat, it's playing okay.
Slashed away. And Smith joins the boundary hitting party. This is a good start, this, from the Capitals after being put into bat.
Stand and deliver. Again, a lot of room given outside the off stump to allow Dwayne Smith to free his arms. Never looked to hit it down, always wanted to go aerial. Well placed, well timed. Pressure on Nacheem. 9 already of his first 3. He's got to get his line and length right. There's a deep third, and there is a deep square leg for Abu.
That's a better delivery. Just that bit straighter, not giving him any of that width that he could just capitalize on.
You're on a pitch like this. Length is crucial, but line is also very important. With such short boundaries as a batter, you have that extra bit of confidence that even if I don't get enough, I'm still gonna get the ball to sail over the crowd. So as a bowler, your margin of error is so small.
He's not timed that at all, but as you say, Abby, doesn't timed it, finds the outside edge, 1 bounce, goes for 4.
Yeah, as I said, it just gives you that extra bit of confidence. Looking at the side boundaries being just 50 meters. And look at that for a shot. Nowhere close to the delivery. The bat turning in his hand, the face completely open, but still enough to get it to the boundary. A couple of bounces and 3rd boundary of this over. 1 more delivery left. He's got to finish well here, Abu Nacheem.
Just clipped off the pads, and that's an expensive over in the end. 14 runs coming off the 2nd over. 2 overs gone, 20 for none. Not a lot separating these two sides. Currently sitting in 3rd and 4th, so winner today will go into those playoff matches. Superstars and Hyderabad already qualified. And that's not even really taken much effort at all from Smith, and he picks up another boundary.
Yeah, that is just power. That hit with some venom by Smith. Absolutely no chance for the fielder, though it was just a couple of yards to his right. But that ball traveled like a trace of bullet to the boundary. Started really well, Smith. 14 of 9. Just got to be patient here.
Thought about it, thought about trying to go aerial for a moment, and then realized it wasn't quite there to hit.
Yeah, I think he's eyeing that gap between short fine and square leg. No one back. There's a deep mid-wicket.
Well, he's trying to play the power game here, Smith. Just not quite timing it, found the edge earlier. Gets the thumbs up anyway.
And what you get with Dwayne Smith, he's always looking for boundaries. So he doesn't really focus on those 1s and 2s after getting 1 boundary.
Abby immediately next to me saying, pitching outside. Billy Bowden agrees.
I love the expression. You got to love the expression from Billy Bowden. He's saying, what are you appealing about? That ball pitched 3 foot outside the line of leg stump.
This time again struck on the pad. He got some good turn though. It might have pitched a long way outside, but it turned on in and struck him right, almost right in front.
And what he has done is straight away changed his line a little bit. Bowling stump to stump, maybe drifting a little bit on the onside, but still it's a tough shot to play on the surface sweep.
Shot. That's going to be 4, so the over bookended by 4, so 8 coming from it. 3 overs gone, 28 for none. Great start this for the India Capitals after being put into bat. They're racing along this opening pair. Different opening partnership today, Smith and Dhruv, but 18 from 14 and 10 from just 4. So that's exactly what you would want, setting the foundations here, especially with the batting that they've still got to come. If they can set something and fire off early, like Toyam did in their chase yesterday, that will really help push them on to setting some really big score.
Another left-arm spinner, and Dhruv will enjoy that with short boundaries on the leg stump. Just a couple of men outside the 30-yard circle. Just gives him an opportunity to play with the spin and go for those big shots, the mid-on and mid-off, both inside the 30-yard circle. It's a good move by the India Capitals.
Moved across early. He's trying to target that leg side, just couldn't quite get to it.
And also, you know the reason why he's out there. He's been told that you go out there and express yourself, be fearless, try and get us to a good start in the first 6 overs, try and use the power play against a couple of left-arm spinners.
A little shorter this time, and he's straight onto it. And I think that can give him some real confidence, actually, that they're trusting him to come in up the top of the order and do things like this. You know, when it's they win this game, they're into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think as a player, when you have clarity about what is expected of you and what the game plan is in terms of team, that makes your game plan quite easy. And if you can execute it, brilliant. If you can't, as long as you've tried, it's absolutely fine. Dhruv is looking good at the moment. 11 of 6. He's got the right intent. So does Smith.
Well, it was tossed up and he was tempted by it. And briefly, for a moment, you thought he was going to try and take that on.
Oh, he's going to. Probably this delivery. Anything slightly fuller, he's going to go over long off, extra cover. I think there is a slight issue. Umpire just having a quiet word. Or maybe there's something wrong with the side screen. Yeah, it's just because the light is flashing in front. Hard for the batters to focus, especially when it's a wide ball. Is the screen under? Yeah, Phil Mustard having a little chat.
Yeah, just catching up with the keeper while we have a moment waiting for the sight screens just to be fixed. Two teams, remember, looking to try and book themselves a spot in those playoff matches, currently sitting 3rd and 4th in the points table, so all to play for. The Capitals in 3rd, Tigers in 4th, but very little to separate them there. So the winner of this books himself a spot in the playoffs. They get a Q next to their name, and then there is one more spot to be claimed.
Yeah, I think umpires are just waiting. And now we should get the game going very quickly because the lights are off. And if you look to road to finals, the top 2 plays qualifier 1. Whoever wins goes straight to the final. And if you lose, and then is 3rd and 4th place plays the eliminator, the winner goes and plays the loser of qualifier 1. And then whoever wins the qualifier 2 goes and plays the winner of qualifier 1. Straightforward.
1s and 2s in all direction. I think all that matters to anyone is who gets their name on that trophy in the end on the 16th of October.
For some reason, they're still not happy, and I can't see any lights flashing at the moment. But clearly, umpires are waiting for something. also what it does, these sort of small disruptions, the momentum, especially which is with the batting team, can have a little dent.
We see it so often, don't we, when there's a drinks break or a strategic timeout. How often do we then see a wicket fall after that? Just that slight lapse in concentration. You've got yourself in and then you have to get yourself back in again.
There's a good crowd in though. A lot of people coming in and they're still walking in. It's always good to see crowd coming and supporting these matches. A lot of young kids coming in, probably watching live cricket for the first time because there hasn't been any live cricket of this level. Yes, there's first-class cricket which has been played.
And he's perhaps missed a chance there behind the stumps, but that's what you see. It was a little short, a little dragged down by Obus Pinar, and his eyes lit up here, Smith.
Yeah, played that shot a little too early. And inside edge onto the pads of the keeper, no chance for him.
That time just a little wider. I think he's got away with one here.
Yeah, just one of the first 5 deliveries. He's got to finish well. How many times have we seen the over being ruined in the final delivery?
That's a great first over from Obus Pinar. Just the 1 run coming from it and slowed that momentum. 4 done, 29 for none. Well, they started explosively, this opening pair, opening together for the first time in this tournament, and then just the 1 run coming off that last run from Obus Pinar. That's exactly what they would have wanted. A quiet over for the Tigers, keeping the Capitals quiet, because they looked like they were really accelerating and absolutely firing up the top. So a change in bowler, Anirudh Singh, the right arm medium, so back to a bit of pace. Straight onto that one. There's no fielder there, and he's going to pick up 4.
Was a loosener from Anirudh Singh. Again onto the pads. Played it beautifully. Rolled his wrist over that delivery, making sure it's not aerial. He's looking good for his 15 so far. Dhruv Rawal of just 7. Perfect start for India Capitals after putting in by the opposition.
Again, just worked off the pads and be cleaned up by Dan Christian out there.
Every run is crucial. Fast bowling. As a batter, you're waiting for the ball to come onto the bat, especially somebody like Smith. He'll see this as an opportunity to try and pick up a couple of boundaries here if he can. And if you look at the field, all the fielders on the offside inside the 30-yard circle. There is a deep third, it seems. No. Everyone inside the 30-yard circle on the offside.
That's well bowled. Anyway, he started this over, went for 4, and now he's just finding it after that. The 1 and now the dot. And they just want to keep these 2 quiet. Don't let the boundaries build up.
Anirudh Singh is somebody who likes to bowl slightly back of the length, uses the bouncer quite well as well. He surprises you with the bouncer. Not sure if he's going to use that on this surface because of the lack of bounce. But won't be a bad option with 2 men on the leg side.
Trying to go for the heavy strike along the ground, back past the bowler. Again, not quite timing it. The bat just turning a little in his hand here, Smith.
The pitch has played pretty well, Georgie, so far. Especially if you talk about the fast bowling, the ball has come onto the bat. And there's a decent bounce on this surface as well. We haven't seen balls rolling into the ground. It's been even Steven so far.
And I think huge kudos there has got to go to the ground staff. They've done really incredible work getting this pitch up and running to help us bring cricket back to Srinagar.
If you look at it, it might look a bit grubby, but he's playing absolutely fine. And Dhruv Rawal, he's been sent to attack, to play his shots, and he has so far.
Struck on the pad here, a big appeal. Billy Bowden shakes his head and he gets the double teapot from Anurit there.
It's hard to get the ball pitching on the middle stump against a left-hander coming over the stumps, clearly pitching outside the leg. As a bowler, you're always excited, you're always convinced that I've got a wicket. But you've got to wait for the decision by the umpire, unfortunately.
And he gives the facial expressions in response often as well. It's not just a lack of decision. You get a frown, you get a smirk, an eyebrow. And that's really good bit of fielding. Diving on this outfield, and he gets the applause from the bowler as well. So it brings the 5th over to a close. Capitals 36 for none.
India Capitals set the tricky task of having to set a target on this pitch here at the Bakshi Stadium, but they've got off to a pretty decent start. 36 without loss of 5 overs. Both batters have got in, have found the boundary. 4 for Smith, 3 for Dhruv Rawal. 1 over left in the power play. First really big shot, and it's been given out, stumped. Dhruv Rawal trying to target the short boundary, but that's smart work by Phil Mustard with the gloves.
Well, this is the over that they were looking to go big. The last over of the power play, smartly bowled. Have a look at where he bowled that delivery from. Keeping it away from the reach of Dhruv. Great bit of work there by Phil Mustard. Spicy bit of wicket keeping by Phil Mustard. That's the first wicket for the India Capitals. Some smart cricket being played by the Manipal Tigers. Dhruv Rawal out for 17. It's 36 for 1.
A good start has just been interrupted by a smart stumping by Phil Mustard. Hot Mustard. Dhruv is out for 17 off 11. And sending in another left-hander. Iqbal Abdullah promoted up the order. That will be a wide. Wides could be crucial on a pitch like this.
Yeah, I guess the left and right combination. More than 100 games. Strike rate of close to 100. Not too many runs. Probably just been sent in as a pinch hitter to take on the left-arm spinners.
Whoa, that's gone the other way. It's another wide, though.
I'll tell you what, great bit of wicket keeping there by Phil Mustard. Have a look at that. Great bit of glove work. Just the pressure, looking to get some more boundaries in the power play, just looking to capitalize that power play was Dhruv. If it's in the slot, Matt, you need to try and back yourself as a batsman that any half-decent connect, you'll get 6. Look how far he's bowled that delivery from. Just lengthening the surface. The longer the ball stays in the air, the more revs you'll be able to get as a spinner on the ball. Hence a little bit more turn as well. Variations. But small outfield, I'd say positive intent is key.
There's some positive intent, battered down the ground by Dwayne Smith. He doesn't need short boundaries, that man.
That smile says it all. Plenty of time for Dwayne Smith to make up his mind, and also helped for being in the slot as well. And thankfully accepted by Dwayne Smith. The Capitals needed that boundary as well.
Oh, watch the bounce down, Christian. Watched it all the way there. It's an outfield that isn't used to cricket. This is really the first proper cricket match here. It's a football stadium, so you will get the odd patchy bit in the outfield, the odd bounce. It's quite interesting seeing these top-level cricketers having to deal with conditions they're not quite used to. Oh, no. That's what you don't want. Fired in down the leg side, it's run away. Lots of wides in this over. That is 7.
Overs. You've got to try and help your wicketkeeper, not make things more difficult. On a surface where the ball tends to keep low that far wide. Well tried, Phil. Try to get a hand onto that as well. Yeah, if you restrict or try and minimize the number of extras in a game, you make a big difference.
Yeah, Phil Mustard saying, I helped you out, pal. Why don't you help me out? Tell you what, I do also feel for the wicket keepers on a pitch like this. You've got to be really sharp. Toss right up, and that's a glorious shot. Check drive, 1 bounce 4 over cover. Have some of that. 50 up, 52 for 1. Entertaining power play here in Srinagar. Wicket in the final over, but 52 on the board for the Capitals. I think if you'd offered them that at the start of the day, they would have taken it. Dwayne Smith looks like he's getting in the groove. 27 off 24. And this could be a key moment. A sailor Gunaratne into the attack and spin the ball both ways, and enjoyed himself in Jammu. Against your lot, actually, Nikhil, Hyderabad. On a pitch that's offering something. He's not normally a big turner, but on these kind of pitches, he just becomes that more threatening. Very good economy rate, 7.32 in his T20 career. What's this going to be? Off spinner?
Oh, yes. I guess in this particular tournament as well, like you said, he's not a big turner, but if he gets any sort of turn, I like the lines that he bowls. To the left-hander as well, he likes to turn the ball from the stumps. That creates that little bit of doubt as well to the batsman. He bowls a great line to the right-hander as well as the left-hander when he's bowling.
He's not on that list. That's the fantasy leaderboard. Manan Sharma still well out in front. 16 wickets for him, but Pavan Negi, Martin Guptill, Gurkirat, Abdur Razak in pursuit. He just wound up there for a split second, Dwayne, and then the length wasn't quite there. So he changed his mind, which you have to do. Let's have a look at the power play. They got boundaries early. First over. Rubble was good. He just used the pace. Dwayne Smith waited for balls to be full enough, and in his arc, a couple of balls were clubbed over the leg side. Then a really good bit of glove work from Phil Mustard. Not the first time he's done that. Went with a quicker ball there. Fired in to the pitch. Only one. Good fielding, Urbas Pina.
Yeah, boundaries are going to be key. Side winning games here in Srinagar, the boundary count has got to be high. You need to capitalize on the size of the ground as well. Yeah, signs of dew. So as the game proceeds, wet ball. The batsmen, of course, going to start enjoying batting in these conditions, wet ball. Then the game changes. 45-yard, 50-yard boundaries, square at the wicket. But once the ball gets wet, especially second inning, then you got to look to go straighter. Because once the ball starts skidding on, the ball tends to keep low. Oh! Something like that, then it's hard to play the horizontal bat shot. Nothing you can do, Phil Mustard. All I can say. Dwayne Smith got beaten all ends up, and so did Phil Mustard.
59 for one. Phil Mustard can see the funny side of it anyway. He's had a dramatic few deliveries. Already conceded some wides and 4 byes. But good time just to have a little chai break. Strategic timeout. India Capitals and Manipal Tigers involved in what could be a knockout match, and the Capitals 59 for 1 after 7 overs. They've lost Dhruv Raval. But Dwayne Smith's still there, 28 off 27. Is he limbering up for his first big knock of the season? Iqbal Abdullah's been in as a pinch hitter, we think. He's 3 or 4. Maybe time for him to go in the next couple of overs, particularly hitting with the spin if he can. Manipal look like going back to seam in Anurjeet Singh. Do you think seam's got a big role to play today, or would you keep it to a minimum?
Well, if you're looking to hit it back at the seam, using the ball, but trying to get everything on the seam, landing back at the length, trying to get something out of the surface. Yes, there is something, especially when the ball gets slightly wet as well. Yeah, that's the length. That's what I mean. Just look to target that middle stump. That will trouble the batsman. On a surface like that, you give any batsman room, it just allows them to free their arms. And I'm sure Thisara Perera would now realize that Iqbal Abdullah has been sent in to tee off. With 77 deliveries left in the innings. You got Ben Dunk, Ashley Nurse, Grandhome, all the big boys in the dugout. So let's not waste any time.
Yeah, pitched outside. Second time Anuric's appealed against the left-hander when it's pitched outside. I mean, we're talking about the pitch, but looking at it now, would you say this looks a better surface to bat on than the one you had yesterday?
Well, to be honest, day game, I felt that so far that the game we played and when we were looking to chase down, we found a little more bounce. Hence, we saw some of those horizontal bat shots. Now, to me, with the ball getting slightly wet, with dew forming as well, skidding all, it'll probably just stay a little lower. So to me, Iqbal Abdullah, your best chance, percentage shot is to try and go in the V with a straighter bat. Wayne Smith, anything on middle stump, he'll be looking to go over deep mid-wicket with a straighter bat.
That one has just kicked a little bit. The odd one does for the Seabers. There's one yesterday, Hamid Hassan bowled to George Worker, almost cleaned him up. Really did bounce. Look at that batting to come. I mean, they've got so many options there. They've got Bell who can manipulate the ball. They've got the power of Dunk, Nurse, de Grandhomme. Chipley can do both. Don't want to leave too many of them in reserve. You want to use those guys in a 20-over match. Who's got the pads on then? Looks like Nurse, maybe. Ian Bell's got his pads on.
Yeah, it's like you've got all those big hitters. Matt sitting in the dugout. Have a look at that. To me, if the right-hander gets out, send in Bharat Chipley, Ashley Nurse, Colin de Grandhomme, any of the right-handers. Left-hander Iqbal Abdullah gets out, send in Ben Dunk. Because these guys have a good game on that surface, wet ball, they'll look to win you the game. Otherwise, it'll be something like Matt Floyd's got a Ferrari in his garage and he's not taking it out for a ride.
There's no chance of that. I'd be taking that out every day.
It's sometime about using the resources that you have in your side as well, Matt. Giving them the opportunity to the match winners to go out there and play the number of deliveries they possibly can, because you're backing their skill set as well. No point holding them back.
Sometimes you can have too many options in T20. What's happening here then? Change in field. Mid-off is still up. Really good over this so far. It's gone for just 2. Can Anuric close it out? No. To wide, and Musters in the dust again. He spent most of the time on his hands and knees in this innings.
Tell you what, that's a good thing that he's wearing a helmet, keeping even to the quicker bowlers because of the lack of bounce. Sometimes the ball will get to him with a couple of bounces. At least with the helmet on for the wicketkeeper, for the quicker bowlers, you've got more confidence of getting your entire body behind the ball.
Lovely straight drive, up and over, mid-off for 4. Kept his shape beautifully there, Abdullah. 66 for 1. Great to be here at the Bakshi Stadium, filling up a little bit now. Most of the crowd, you can see just the bottom right of your screen, they like to sit on the opposite side to the pavilion. I'd say probably 70%, 80% of people are over there right now. Have you had a chance to get out and about? Nicol, have a look at Srinagar?
Every single day. My day starts at 6 o'clock in the morning from the golf course. Played 27 holes in a day before. Like I was telling you, I've got to take you out on that golf course. It's one of the most picturesque golf courses in the world. That's the last ball of the previous over. Through the line. That's a better percentage shot there by Iqbal Abdullah. And the good thing, mid-off was in the 30-yard circle. He was just looking to time that cricket ball. And gets a boundary. Have you been out and about? I've just been to the golf course and different parts of Srinagar. And bang opposite the golf course is the wonderful Dal Lake.
So really nice temperature as well, isn't it? It's beautiful. 18 at the moment. The sun comes out in the day. Nice and fresh feeling in the evenings and the morning. Yeah, I did. I got out to Dal Lake. I love Dal Lake. First time I've been there. So we got a car there and then just walked around a little bit, had a look at all the houseboats and the smaller boats that you can go in. We were then recommended a really good place for coffee and just sat there watching the view and the mountains. Just mesmerizing. I didn't want to leave, to be honest with you. I didn't get on a boat though. I'm going to do that tomorrow.
You've got to get onto the boat. And the smaller boats are called the shikara, the houseboats. And get to the houseboat, have a cup of kava with shallots of almond in it. That's the local tea, you can call it. It's wonderful. Have you been able to taste the cuisine? The local cuisine here?
Yep, I had a couple of curries in the hotel, actually. Went to the Kashmiri restaurant. We tried a couple of ones. Really nice, really interesting flavors, very different to what I'm used to. This is a flavor we're used to. Dwayne Smith, because he always plays the same way. It's effortless power, really, over the offside. He can pull you as well if he wants to. Generally likes the ball full. Very strong down the ground. That was the pick of them. He held the pose, didn't he, Dwayne? He loved it. Hope the photographers managed to catch that one. 6-4s at the moment, 29 off 29. Why did you say at the top of the show you felt he was about to explode then? You had a feeling?
It's one of those gut feelings because last year he was playing for the Hyderabad, so I know how he thinks as well when he's due for a big inning. Smaller ground, he gets his eye in, and I know how he calculates about going about his business as well. That's just the only wicket that fell. Have a look at from where he's bowled over spinning, trying to reach for that throw. Great bit of work there by Phil Mustard. It's the dimensions of the ground that Dwayne Smith uses really well. And he'll back himself. He's somebody who will be looking to calculate that what are my go-to areas. On a surface like that, he's not going to get disturbed by playing 3-4 dot balls. He'll realize if I get 2 in the slot in an over, I'm going to dispatch them into the stand. So that's 12 for him. So that's how he calculates. That's why I said he'll calculate and be looking to go big.
Just got a slight break here because we've got an issue with the sight screen again. Just need to get that sorted out and then we'll be back on our way. Slightly frustrating here because it's been a really good start to this game. Going at 8 and over, India Capitals. Lost just the 1 wicket. Crowd just waiting patiently. I can see quite a few more people coming through now, actually. Maybe just coming in after work. It's expect it to get reasonably full. Great opportunity for people to see some high-level cricket, which they haven't seen here for a long time. They did play 2 one-day internationals in Srinagar, not here at the Bakshi Stadium, at the Sher-e Kashmir Cricket Stadium. 83 was India against West Indies, and then the last one, 1986, India against Australia. And I actually had a look at the scorecard a couple of days ago because I was curious. And Australia actually won the game by 3 wickets. It was a tight chase. Lots of big names on show. Kapil Dev, Sunny Gavaskar, Ravi Shastri, Alan Border. This is what happened yesterday then. Southern superstars beaten for the 2nd time by Toyum Hyderabad. They put 153 on the board. Hyderabad chased it down with relative ease with 10 balls to spare. Ravi Jungid 42 not out. Gurkirat Singh Mann played the crucial innings, and that has put Hyderabad into the playoffs. So Nichols had a big smile on his face for the whole day.
Yeah, great effort there by Ravi Jungid. You know, just capitalizing the opportunity that he got. And Gurkirat holding one end right through the tournament. The way he's been leading the side with the absence of Suresh Raina has been phenomenal. How he reads the game, great student of the game as well. And some of the senior guys in the side as well have been able to chip in with valuable advices to Gurkirat Man as well. Just kidding on, just kidding on. Through covers, better option, Dwayne.
Oh, quick work again from Mustard. Smith kept his foot behind the line. Maybe just getting a bit impatient here. He missed that by a long way. Didn't bounce much.
See, if the ball's turning like that, to me, Dwayne Smith, if he's standing on leg stump, not a bad idea to try and stand on middle stump. Try and get closer to the turning ball. More chances of getting baton ball.
That's close. Yes, it's out. Thought so. Pitched in line. Just turned a fraction. Dwayne Smith doesn't like it.
Is that line that he bowls to the right-hander. Keeps things simple. Looks to attack the stumps. Marcelo Gunaratne. Yep. Down on one knee, was looking to play that paddle sweep, looking for that one. That expression says it all. Dwayne Smith, but big wicket by Marcelo Gunaratne to see the back of Dwayne Smith. Got 29 from 32, 66 for 2.
Colin de Grandhomme of the big man. He's in at number 4. Second time he's been promoted up the order. Number 3 in the last game. He's always got a smile on his face. Colin, gentle giant he is. This is why he's here. Dwayne Smith was upset with the decision, but I think that pitched on leg stump. He's not a big turner of the ball. Gunaratne, it just straightened. And it was definitely crashing into the stumps, probably halfway up, middle and off. Fair enough decision from Billy Bowden. Now what's Iqbal Abdullah got now? He's chipped that up in the air. Chance for Urbis Pienaar. Taken. Well judged. Just a little slide on the outfield. And that is the 3rd wicket down. 2 in 3 balls.
The off spinner, once again the great line, the bat turning in the hands of Iqbal Abdullah, was looking to go inside out over extra cover. The bat turning in the hands, no real timing. Yeah, annoyed with himself. Chips it straight to long off. Iqbal Abdullah back in the dugout. Got 8 of 9 deliveries, 67 for 3.
Ben Dunk's in. Oh, leading edge, and it's travelled a long way because he's such a powerful man. Well fielded. Urbis Pienaar, confusion in the middle, run out chance. Oh, at one point, they're almost shaking hands, the batters. It's all going on out there. 68 for 3. you want to have fun, get yourself in that stand. They're packed in there, close together, having a really good time. Loving the cricket on show. India Capitals had a very good power play, 52 for 1. Last 3 overs, 16 for 2. Just stuttering a little bit. Need a bit of an injection of power here, and they've got the 2 right men at the crease to do that. Speaking of power, is Tissera bringing himself on with the ball. Cutter. Ben Dung loves the pull shot. Do not feed it to him.
Yeah, somebody who's walked out with intent being shown from ball 1, just using the depth of the crease, giving himself that extra split second. Found the gap perfectly on the onside. This is one of those surfaces Ben Dung gets in, and the kind of form that we've seen him in the tournament, you'll still be looking to get at least 100 runs, looking to add on from here on in, because this is one of those grounds that you probably get 12, 13, maybe 14 runs, 3-4 overs on the trot as well.
36 and 30, got them into a good position, but then a quick bang bang, 2 in 3 balls has set them back a bit. There's the pull shot, better connection.
Can't ball there to Ben Dung. Tissera Pereira, his first 2 deliveries of his spell. Dispatch for boundaries. Short, leg stump, shortest ground. Help yourself, Ben Dung. And the kind of form that he's in, he's not going to let those sort of deliveries go by. Very nearly carrying for 6. And Ben Dung, the kind of form that he's switched on, he knows Tissera Pereira is going to be looking to change his line. He's going to be ready for outside off stump.
That's hit hard as well. Scythed to Angelo Pereira. He's got real power, Ben Dung. When he plays the pull shot, he never really overhits. It's just a lovely swing of the bat. This was the last wicket to fall. Iqbal Abdullah just, a strange shot really. It just chipped it to Urbis Pienaar. Maybe should have gone through with the shot committed. Almost looked like he was giving catching practice. And Pienaar did well. He got to the ball, which meant he didn't have to dive too much. It's a cutter from Tissera. I think we'll see a few of those from him.
Yeah, we've seen him keep bowling those cutters, especially on a surface like this, to Ben Dung, go wide of the crease over the wicket with that sort of angle, look to target the off stump. So with that angle, you'll always end up bowling that 4th stump, 5th stump, try and keep it away from the hitting zone of Ben Dung.
Just like that, but that's still crossed through the offside. Just too much width. Dung starting really well here. 14 off 5 balls.
That's just simply a great shot. Tissera Pereira tried to do everything right, but step ahead on this occasion. Ben Dung read him like a book. What line, what particular deliveries be looking to bowl. Placed it to perfection as well. On a surface like that, found his timing right from ball 1. That's the kind of form that Ben Dung has been. That's 10 gone, 84 for 3.
Ben Dung has had a really impressive tournament actually so far, and today he's come out and he said, you know what, I want to carry on just how I started. 15 from 6, hitting those 3 4s on the way to that, so striking it at 250 at the moment. And Gunaratne, the man who bowled that super over, has already got his 2 wickets tonight, is bowling his 3rd over tonight, but a really expensive over before the 10 finished. 16 coming from it.
Tried the ball onto Dunk's star pad initially. 6-4. And the ball there to him, a man in form, hitting it crisply. He kept on doing it, even on the offside. So a big change of momentum right there. Dunk's finding his range.
Oh, how has that missed his outside edge? How has he not been stumped? Well, they're not quite sure just yet. Going to send it upstairs to check it. Gunaratne making all things happen. Phil Mustard slightly less sure.
Oh, he has a habit of whipping those bails off so quickly. Gunaratne, he's challenging the inside and the outside edge with his change-ups, off and leggies. That's why he's so useful in this format. Tough to read, tough to line up. There's the foot out and it's in the air and it's down. So there was a window of opportunity, but Mustard, unfortunately, he moved very quick, but not quick enough on this occasion.
Yeah, luckily got long enough stride out with that back left leg. Been doing all his rehab fitness, perhaps. You know, if your legs are really stiff, that's quite difficult.
I'll say for some of the guys, get a little bit tight in the old age and their range of movement isn't so good. Not out. Dunk, he got the old big stride in and he's saying, I almost had you. You watch it, my boy. I'm going to get you in a minute.
He's hit that hard. It's well stopped as well. Diving in the sand, Dan Christian. It's almost a John McEnroe chalk flew up kind of moment.
When Dunk starts hitting these sweeps, he is very, very dangerous. A fellow Australian on the boundary, that's very straight. Good delivery. If that hit the pad there, that was stone dead. But Christian showed some skills, some bit of sandies amongst it on the boundary. Well done. Safe 2 certain runs.
Gunaratne is just playing with Dunk at the moment.
He bowls those off spinners to the left-handers, and with that angle coming so wide and still turning it sharply.
Given a bit more flight, a bit more length this time. Dunk being frustrated here, not able to capitalize. So they carry on at this rate, they'll get up over that 160 mark and they'll be very happy with that. But push up 10 and over, go to 180. And actually, after being put into bat, you'd be pretty happy with that. And again, beats that outside edge. 4 coming from the over, just too good. 11 done, 88 for 3. Now, it won't be like an American game where they throw the food to you. I don't think you'd be throwing those tubs of popcorn. It'd be going absolutely everywhere, but jam-packed in that stand.
A flag flying high, loving every minute of it. The fans on the edge of their seat enjoying this entertainment. Get some selfies, get down with your friends.
I think he was going live on Instagram there, out filming. And what a shot this is from the camera gantry.
Been treated by the drone as well as the camera work from our cameraman during this tournament. Wonderful work from them. Bring us the best pictures of your favorite legends.
Well weighted by de Grandhomme. Can't pierce that infield. He's not had a lot of the strike lately. Ben Dunk has been doing the heavy lifting, so de Grandhomme is going to want to try and find himself a boundary here and get up and running, because the runs are out there. You just got to grab them with both hands. Not quite timed, so gets himself off strike. You see the frustration, the head knocked back.
He's had a minor role to play in this partnership, 22. He's just got 3 of them, so Dunk, 19 of 12, 3 fours. I think Dunk really does enjoy that flat sweep, that slog sweep for 6. That's one of his favorites, really, and he's also really good at hitting the ball straight down the ground as well, but that's probably one of the longer parts of the ground.
There he goes, gives it the big heave-ho into the leg side. 1 bounce, dust flying up, and Dunk is really on the charge here.
Praveen bowling from way behind the crease. What he did is he just dragged it down a touch. Dunk, he knows where those fielders are. In his mind, he knows if it's a loose ball, he knows exactly where he wants to place it, and he's done it well.
This time misses out as he tries to cut it through the covers. But Dunk, he's been so impressive throughout the tournament, actually. And him and Bell in the previous game, and then today. Somehow that has missed. He's sort of not kicked up on him this time.
How do you play this type of delivery? It almost rolled. Mustard just getting some sort of pad on it. As the strike is rotated once again.
De Grandhomme goes aerial, and he gets all of it, and it's into the crowd. It's the first 6 of the game, and the big man, Colin de Grandhomme, brings up the 100 with the 164th 6 of the tournament. 12 overs gone, 100 for 3. The partnership up the top, the 36, set things off, and now these two are just building nicely. 33 from 20, de Grandhomme just finding his range, and Ben Dunk has played himself in nicely for his 24 from 15, taking on Gunaratne that previous over.
And that last shot from de Grandhomme, absolutely superb. Inside out over extra cover. Slight delay. Side screen once again. Having a look at the field. For Dunk, they got 2 men back on the leg side. 3, 1 at long on as well for that sweep shot.
Not under it, not timed by Dunk. And this was an absolute monster from de Grandhomme. Just watches it soar over possibly the longest sort of portion of this ground into the crowd. Well, that has found something, that has ripped, that's turned. And Phil Mustard and de Grandhomme having a giggle about that.
Pitched on leg and he's missed it by a foot, and he just looks at Phil Mustard and says, am I meant to play that? Gunaratne has been unbelievable this evening.
Oh, he's got to be gone. Trying to nudge it away, out of his crease. Really quick work by the Colonel behind the stumps.
That ball just held in the wicket. De Grandhomme so early on the stroke. Mustard stayed down, as they say, keepers need to do. Look at this, just holding in the track. De Grandhomme falling over as he tried to knock it on the onside, and Phil Mustard loving it. Loving every moment. Off he set, out. He dived, trying to get back in his ground to make his ground. Gunaratne, he has struck again in his final over. De Grandhomme, big wicket. He's gone for 9, Capitals 101 for 4.
Barrett Shipley comes out to the middle. He's been in some good form as well for the Capitals. Flighted full toss to kick things off. His batting has been slightly better than his running at times. So one more from Gunaratne and then he's bowled out, and the Capitals won't be unhappy to see the back of him. 3 for 10.
Oh, just hit a bare area on the pitch and held on the wicket so early on it. Out.
They've seen off Gunaratne, and what a spell that's been. 3 for 10. 13 gone, 101 for 4. They won't be unhappy that that is the end of Gunaratne, the India Capitals. 3 for 10 he picked up, and again, phenomenal for the Tigers. So those wickets falling. The 36-run partnership to kick things off, and then 2 in the middle, and then a partnership built again before we saw the end of de Grandhomme, who it almost looked like he thought he'd got it. And so he set off for the run at this point, but he just played onto it so early. Really quick work by Mustard behind the stumps. And it looked like he was setting off for the run, and then suddenly was like, oh, no, I've got to go back. And Phil Mustard just waves the hand in the air. Frustration from de Grandhomme. He's waving like the Queen. Manoj Tiwari, a man recently retired, so right arm leggies, he'll be bowling. Economy just over 8, 34 wickets, 183 matches. Yeah, that's not a good start from Tiwari. He does hold up his hands in apology.
What was that? Oh my word. Have we just seen the worst delivery of the tournament? I think so. That is a shocker. Mustard, unbelievable. How do you even stop that? He's trying to go, he's saying, what are you doing? Let's hope this one's a bit better for Phil.
That's a bit better. This time coming over the wicket as opposed to round the wicket. And it was Gunaratne that really made the difference again for the Tigers.
Right on target. He bowls leg spinners to the right-handers, extremely tough to get away, and then the left-handers, he bowls his offies. That was caught in the deep. Abdullah, the batsman, the last one to go, stumped Mustard, the batsman, de Grandhomme. Brilliant spell from him this evening. 3 for 10 off 4.
Round the wicket again. The sweep shot comes out and it's well cut off. And Ben Dunk feeling he missed out a little bit there.
He's trying to, with that low arm action, trying to just keep the ball as low as possible, and it's tough to play any real aggressive shots when the ball is staying a foot off the ground. But how is Shipley going to deal with it? There's a short boundary on the leg side, and he might be looking at that sweep shot, slog sweep. 3 fielders in the deep on the onside and 3 in the ring on the offside.
Oh, just straightened on Shipley.
Having a look, he's mixing up his actions so far. It's almost horizontal, that arm. How low can you go?
Oh! It was a horrendous start to this over from Manoj Tiwari, but he's really dragged it back since then. That first one, he was very lucky. He's got to thank Phil Mustard, it didn't race to the boundary. Lots of ball drying. The dew is going to be a factor here tonight. We saw it in the evening games back in Jammu. huge, absolutely massive, and we are not getting that ball back. Wow.
We heard Nikhil earlier in the pre-match talking about the umpires got plenty of balls ready to be walked out there. And that has gone straight over the big screen, out the stadium. That's the biggest hit we've seen since we've arrived in Srinagar. Just keeps on going. Brilliant shot in the crowd. Wow. What a shot.
Well, that has really got the crowd going. The horns are blaring, everyone's on their feet. And that's what you want to see when cricket comes back to Srinagar. Ben Dunk putting on a show here. 32 from 19 to the Aussie. Manoj Tiwari. This hasn't been much fun, this over for him. He's going to want to try and close it out, keep Dunk quiet. It's a glorious shot. And well cut off. So Dunk will keep the strike for the beginning of the next over. 12 coming from that from Tiwari. 14 done, 113 for 4. So it's the first wicket partnership that really set it up, 36 from 31, but it's now Ben Dunk who's come out to the middle and said, I'm going to do the big striking. We've already lost one ball, so we'll be sending you for the bill for that one, Dunk. Or there's a very happy camper somewhere outside the stadium who's got a new ball to play with.
That kookaburra was sent on a big flat right out the ground, and as you say, someone's probably couldn't believe their luck. A lovely new kookaburra to keep, but the crowd loving it, enjoying it. The friends are down there, got the vuvuzelas, the kids are here as well. So what, you can see the joy on the faces. That is what you've got to say. The kids, that's what it's about, bringing cricket to areas hasn't been for a very, very long time, growing the game.
And very different, obviously, to when we were down in Jammu, etc. Jumpers and scarves and puffer jackets on here this evening. Much, much cooler and fresher. And Anirudh continuing with his pace. That was leg side, it was there to be hit, and it was hit. Ben Dunk goes maximum again.
Saw earlier on, the skipper tried to bowl into the thigh pad, and he went the same way for the same result. You're trying to tuck him up, and it just helps him right in his swinging arc. He just uses the pace, which just helps it on its way, all the way into the Capitals dugout almost. Great way to start the over.
I think you could see one of the Capitals actually on the bench there, jumping as if he was going to grab it, soaring over his head. Well bowled, moved back in his crease early, Dunk, and still right in that block hole.
I think the warning signs are there for Manipal Tigers. Ben Dunk, if they do not get him early here, they're going to get 180 plus. They need to do something, find a plan, get him off strike possibly. That could be the best plan right now. The moment he is picking up a boundary, at least one boundary and over, it's a big problem for them.
Shot! That's massive again. That went so fast and so flat, and it barely took any effort from Ben Dunk.
A bit of the windmill about that one. Just look at the flourish with the shot. It's full, and he's managed to get it over mid-wicket for 6. That is some shot. He's trying to get the Yorkers in as he did the previous ball, but he's only just missed his mark. And that's gone all the way. So 2 sixes off the over. Dunk is on the charge.
There goes Billy Bowden. As if you didn't already know, he gets the full dance moves out. So this innings, we've already had 14 fours and 4 sixes. Ben Dunk striking 3 of those 6s. Look at that strike rate, up almost at 196. Just surveying the field. 45 from 23 to his name at the moment, and Chipley just playing spectator at the moment. That was there to be hit, and he's got lucky. He's not timed it, and it's fallen short of that fielder.
See the disappointment from Dunk. He knows he's missed out. He just gets something on that and has gone past short fine leg for 4. Here's a look at his maximums. That is enormous. The one that went out the stadium. And keep bowling into that thigh pad. It's not a great area. Full and leg stump. That also went for 6. Shake of the head. No fuss whatsoever.
Chipley finally gets to go again. Bowled him. Well, he's been spectator at the other end for a while now, watching Dunk send it to all parts. But Chipley just not reading that, and Andy Reid picks up his first.
Looks as though, have a look at his wrist. See him up, but it just held in the wicket. That part of the pitch there, back of a length, just holds up. And he's threw his shot too early, inside edge, onto those stumps. So Andy Reid has been punished this over, but he comes out for the wicket. Chipley had a short stay out in the middle. He's gone for 2. Capitals 126 for 5.
Ben Dunk striking 187.5, and he is going to be key for this Capitals side. If they carry on like this, 170 on the board, they're going to be looking at that 180 mark, I think. Ashley Nurse, he can hit a big ball. Look at that, already standing out of his crease. And there's the intent, misses it by a mile, but that's what he means. So a wicket coming from that over. 15 gone, 126 for 5.
.153 scored by Southern Superstars yesterday. Wasn't enough. Got chased down easily, but it looks like the Capitals are going to get more than that, especially if that man stays in for the remaining 5 overs. They'll probably get a lot more than that. Urvis Pienaar, left-arm spinner, spinning into the left-hander. Short crack! Dunked into the stands again. And it's 50 for Ben.
There has been some insane hitting from Ben Dunk, where everyone else has found it difficult. He made it look very, very easy. And look at that again. Short, asking for trouble, and Ben Dunk didn't disappoint. Brings up his 50 as well with that hit. Already 4 sixes in this innings.
Oh, close, full. Did he get some bat on it, perhaps? Have another look at that.
It was very close, wasn't it? If it didn't get any bat, I think he got very lucky there, Ben Dunk. But what an innings this has been. Absolute carnage from this man alone. 51 of just 26. Pressure on the bowler.
He's going block hole, Urvis Pienaar. Just trying to stay away from that pull shot.
We've seen that so many times, haven't we? The moment a batter hits it from the length, the bowler doesn't have a lot of options, especially the spinner. You've got to go really full so that the batter can't get any elevation. This can be fun. Ashley Nurse, he's again somebody who likes hitting those big 4s and 6s. Crucial partnership this.
That's an absolute half tracker. Somehow he's got that on the leg side. Ashley Nurse.
If he bowled that delivery on any other surface, that would have disappeared. And that appeal, I think he got lucky. I think he got lucky. We'll have to wait and see because we don't have any other evidence. It's hard to tell, but looked close if he didn't get any bat.
Wow. Urbas Pienaar is bowling very short at the moment, and you feel he's baiting Ben Dunk, and he's going to go out of the park at some point soon. Again, Ashley Nurse showing you his stats there.
6.
Playing a dangerous game with Ben Dunk. So 6, but then 3 singles off the final 5 deliveries. I guess Urbas would have taken that after the first ball. But still, Capitals in a strong position here. 135 for 5. They've got 24 balls left in which to get up to a big score if they can. And we're going to take a strategic timeout, and then we'll be back for those final 4 overs. Ian Bell still to come for India Capitals, but one man could be the key to this innings from here on in, and that is Ben Dunk. 53 off 29. He's striking at 182, and he's struck at that strike rate all the way through this tournament, despite the difficult pitches we've played on. He really is an incredible player to watch when he's in full flow. They've enjoyed it. Even the fans out there who are supporting Manipal Tigers, really good crowd today. Arguably marginally bigger than yesterday.
He's an all-round player. Plays all around the ground. He's got shots all over. Good against fast bowlers. Equally good against spinners. And this innings has been exceptional. Power hitting. Also, we saw some finesse. We saw some touch. And look at that. He brings up his 50 with that shot. And still plenty more to come. Still got 4 overs to bat, 24 deliveries. Ben Dunk, if he keeps going at this rate, he can get a big, big total here.
Good Yorker from Anurjeet Singh, who's done a good job here as the lone seamer, barring Tissera, who bowled 1 over. He's into his final over, 26 conceded so far, but that could all change in 5 balls.
Well, absolutely. Now with the third inside the 30-yard circle and the bowler going Yorker length, the reverse lap is always in the game. Scoop is always in the game.
Another 6. Taken, no, dropped. In the crowd, I think it was one of the ground staff, but Ben Dunk is giving catching practice. Unfortunately, not for the fielders.
And that's the risk you take as a bowler if you go length. Doesn't matter you bowl pace on or pace off. And on that surface especially, the pace off delivery has still gone to the batter at a decent pace, not losing much on that occasion. And look at that for a shot. Walloped it through the onside. It's a massive blow from Ben Dunk, his 5th 6 of the innings.
That's better, but a great shot. Nothing wrong with the delivery. It was a perfectly executed wide Yorker, and somehow Ben Dunk has manoeuvred that for 4.
That's exactly we were talking about. It's not just about the power. Sometimes it's the touch, it's the finesse. And look, at the end, just opening the bat face, and also the game awareness, knowing where the fielders are. With the short third, with deep point, he still managed to find that gap with perfection. That's the class of this man. 63 now of 32. The strike rate keeps going up, 196.
He's bowled the wide Yorker pretty well, but Ben Dunk has played it pretty well. He just seems to be able to get so much power, even when it's full.
As a bowler, you know, against somebody like Ben Dunk, your options are very, very limited. You've got to nail your Yorkers. He has done that twice. He's managed to get away without a boundary on both occasions. But as a bowler, it's so difficult to keep executing your Yorkers every single time. 64 now, and Ashley Nurse is equally powerful. So he'll be looking to get some boundaries under his belt now.
Edge dropped by Phil Mustard. He's very close there, and that flew.
Yeah, that ball was traveling at the speed of lightning. Hardly much Ben Dunk, Mustard could have done. And look at that reaction. He was a bit slow, but a difficult chance. Now, one more delivery left. Dunk back on strike because of that drop chance. But Phil Mustard have been brilliant so far, apart from that one mistake he has made. And Anurij Singh has already gone for 12. He'll have to bowl a very good delivery to get out of this over without a boundary, without one more boundary.
Hit hard, straight. Well fielded Urbis Pina, but the bad news for Manipal, Ben Dunk's on strike. 148 for 5. It's been a really interesting first 17 overs of this match. Pitch looks like it's played pretty well. And under the lights, maybe it's just skid on a little bit. India Capitals look like they're in a pretty good position here, but it's a big difference between, say, 15 to 18 scored off the last 3 overs and 35-40. This could be the match right here.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's be honest, this pitch has surprised us all. When we saw it at the start of the innings, we all had doubts. We all thought how this is going to play. Pans out, played beautifully so far.
It's mistimed, but still going to get 2 runs. There's Dunk. Nurse touches and goes. Tissera bringing himself back on. Do you think that's a good move?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been expensive in the first over, but again, that's what you expect from a leader. He wants to lead from the front He wants to take that added responsibility, which is always a good thing, and hence he's been so successful in white ball cricket. Never shy, never runs away from the responsibility.
Might have to bowl that again. Yes, the arms go out. It's a wide. And that can happen with Ben Dunk because everyone's desperate to stay away from that shot. Stay away from the pull shot, the hoik, the help. You go too wide, he can cut you as well. And the slog sweep is just sweet as ever. He's not trying to overhit any of these. It's just a sweet swing of the bat and quick bat speed. Back foot, hit hard, over cover, 4 more.
I think if you're watching him back, and if you watch that little replay of all his shots, one thing to watch is his head position, how still he remains when he plays those shots again. On that occasion, hardly any foot movement, but look at his head position. It hardly ever moves, and hence he picks the length early, and then he dispatches them wherever he fancies. What a player. Third 50 already in this year's Legends League.
He's going to try and go wide of the off stump again. Yes, he'll take that as long as it's a single. Nurse wants 2 though.
Come on, Amit, what is this, man?
Good running.
Brilliant cricket, just fantastic batting, and also the running between the wicket. Good understanding between these two, though they don't play so much with each other, but it's just the intent and also the awareness from Nurse. Come on, Amit, he knows the importance of Ben Dunk being on strike. Good game awareness shown by both these players.
Very deep in his crease there, but good bit of bowling by Tissera. He's managed to stay away from the pull shot so far this over.
Yeah, what we've seen so far on that pitch, that every time the bowlers have bowled a shot of length, especially yesterday, when they have gone really short into the pitch, the ball had lost a lot of pace. But in today's pitch especially, whenever the bowlers have gone length or they have gone short, it's been easier for the batters to launch them towards the shorter side of the boundary. So hence they have to go full.
He's doing a good job here, isn't he, Tissera? He can get out of this over with maybe just a single. He'd be reasonably happy with that. 10 runs at this stage. What do you reckon? Think Duncan catch up with Guptill? Has he got enough time?
I think it'll be difficult, because again, Martin Guptill has been in such good form, and there's still a big gap.
Full down leg side, and almost chance of a run out as well, but I think Ashley Nurse will feel he missed out there. Dot dot to finish, 158 for 5. Ben Dunk, 74 not out. He's got 74 out of 91, believe it or not. Bit chilly in the stands. Everyone's wrapped up. It's quite funny, actually. All the overseas players complaining it's a bit chilly, but all the Indian players very relieved to be here. This is perfect conditions for the Indians.
Yeah, I thought so. None of the Indian players are going to complain after such a hot summer. And I think it's a perfect time to be in Srinagar because the weather isn't that cold. It's a bit nippy, it's a bit chilly, and again, looking at the partnership, they started well. First wicket 36, 30, 34, 25, and 32, consistent.
Abu Nechim back into the attack. First over went for 14, and clearly seamers are trying to go block hole at the moment.
Yeah, this partnership of 33 of 21 has really pushed things. Chipley and Dunk had a good partnership, 25 in quick time. So if you look at the rate they are going, always ahead with the scoring. 159 now. Abu Nachima was expensive in his first, given another opportunity.
That was in the slot for Ashley Nurse. Maybe just tried to overhit. Wanted to get some elevation. He couldn't find it. He's a bit frustrated at the moment.
And Dhawal Kulkarni eagerly waiting for his opportunity. I'm sure Ian Bell, we might see Ian Bell before him. But Ian Bell is very happy to just sit back and relax and let everyone else do a job for the side, and what a job they have done. But just one thing, looking at the bowling in the last couple of overs, one thing is pretty clear, that Thisara Perera has asked his bowler to go full.
Does it again, but he scythed this into the gap. Did really well to get elevation there, Ben Dunk.
He's got such a big reach, long levers. He's a tall man, Ben Dunk, but look at that for a reach. Never easy to get the ball up and over covers from that position. Abu Nacheem didn't do much wrong. It was the class of Ben Dunk. Still managed to get a boundary. Still managed to put pressure on the bowler. 3 more deliveries left in this over.
Goes big, just big enough. Long off, looked like he might be in business for a moment, but it's Ben Dunk. Of course he wasn't.
It's just the power. Again, a good delivery. Abu Nacheem nailing his Yorker, going really deep in the crease. But look at that. Hitting very low in the bat, but still managed to go over long off. For a minute, the fielder was interested. Abu Nacheem under pressure. He's been very expensive. 26 of his 10 deliveries so far. Ben Dunk, can he get 100? Don't want to call it too early. 85 or 41.
Drilled, that's going to be a 6, captured in the crowd. Ben Dunk's on fire.
You've got to change something as a bowler. Yes, it's a clear plan. Yes, the captain has asked you to go Yorker length. But if you can't execute, it also provides an opportunity for the batter. Turning that into a half volley. Again, going so deep, both feet inside the crease. And then off she goes over covers. Got to check his bat as well. Got a special bat, Ben Dunk. Namanoja enjoyed it, so did everyone else.
I wonder if he's got any spares. I might hassle him, see if I can nick a bat off him, because they're clearly pretty good sticks. The batter's pretty good as well. It's not just about the bat. This has been really entertaining. 7 4s, 7 6s. He's 9 away from a century. Can he get there? He's going to keep the strike for the final over. The crowd will like that. 177 for 5. India Capitals have amassed what looks like a pretty good score on this pitch at the Bakshi Stadium in Srinagar. The crowd have been thoroughly entertained, mainly by one man, Ben Dunk. 92 off just 43. Can he get to the 3 figures? He is on strike in this final over. And Thisara, the captain, stand-in captain, is going to take the responsibility himself. Is he going to go block hole again? Tries to, and he's hoiked leg side. 4 more.
4 away from an unbelievable 100, which will be Ben Dunk. Again, standing deep, going for the same option. Yorker, you miss. It's a lot easier for the batter to put it away. Ben Dunk. He cannot do anything wrong in this innings. Everything he has tried has worked so far for him. 96 a hit away, 44 deliveries, strike rate 218, 7 6s, 8 4s. majestic this innings has been so far.
Is that it? Work to do. And Christian gets round, gets the throw in. Now, I think this is going to go upstairs. He lost his bat, Ashley Nurse.
We just have to wait and watch. That was again Dan Christian. What a player he is. Commitment, you cannot ever question. 9 trophies around the world in franchise cricket for him as well. Talking about Dan Christian. And what a throw. Right on top of the stumps. This might be close. He's struggling. He's gone. Ashley Nurse. But doing the right thing. Getting Ben Dunk back on strike. We're just waiting at the moment. Tessara Pereira, umpire still wants to see. It looks pretty out to me. Nurse back of 3 for 6. India Capitals 182 for 6.
Whoa, he's trying to hit that into the dull leg.
You're not very far. I think if you connected it, probably would have carried it as well. Gave it everything, and look at that crowd and how entertaining it has been to be here. And a lot of credit goes to Ben Dunk for thoroughly entertaining the crowd. A hit away from his 100, 97 of 46. Can he do it in this delivery?
That is out, surely. Finger goes up. He falls agonizingly short of a century. He played so well, but hats off Tissera. He nailed that Yorker.
Tremendous delivery. Excellent. And look at that, a bit of reverse, just hitting him on the toe. You couldn't have executed a Yorker better. Tessara Pereira sending Ben Dunk after a sensational knock of 97 of just 47 deliveries on a very difficult pitch. He made it look very easy. 182 for 7.
Dawal Kulkarni on strike. Oh, his bat's broken, I think. Something flew off his bat. They're coming back for 2. Direct hit, no. Another go. Wow. How do we describe that then?
A lot of things are broken at the moment. The bat, the bails, everything's been broken in that one innings. And look at that. As long as he got back, he wouldn't be complaining. He'll have plenty in his kit, Dawal Kulkarni. But you always come out with your favorite bat, Ben Dunk. He's enjoyed his innings. But look at that. We just have to wait, and that took a chunk out of that bat, that delivery. Another Yorker. And here, Abu Nacheem, good collection. Did he get it on time? Just making it. Dawal Kulkarni. So a couple of runs with a broken bat.
He just got the bail there, didn't he? Just flicked the stump. I thought he'd missed initially, but he did hit the stump. However, Kulkarni's safe with half a bat. How unlucky is that as well? Your first ball, you've been waiting for your big moment. Tail end, you go out there and first ball, you ruin your best bat.
It always hurts. And the decision will be not out. final delivery, 184. A huge score. It's a big crowd in. They have thoroughly enjoyed the cricket they have witnessed.
Let's see what the new bat's got. Plinked to long on, and they're just going to settle for one. So actually, it's not too bad. A final over by Tissera Pereira goes for 8, and he gets the big wicket of Ben Dunk. And not before some serious damage was done. 97 he scored, and he fell just short of becoming the first batter to score 100 in Srinagar in a big match in almost 40 years. Even so, Abhishek, 185, that seems like a big score on this pitch.
Yeah, I think that's at least 30 to 40 runs above par, if you ask me, because of that sensational knock of 97. I think everyone in the ground wanted to see 100. They're witnessing live cricket of this level after 40 years, and look at that for a sight. Everyone got their lights on in the phone. Ian Bell came out, didn't have to have a hit. Happy that his team got to a very strong total of 185. It's a must-win game, but look at that. And that is why Legends League have brought cricket to Srinagar, to give these people happiness, to get some of the biggest names of the industry to come and play cricket in front of them. What a moment.
Yeah, it really is. It's such a privilege to be here and witness this whole thing, and to witness that innings. That's one of the best we've seen all season. 97 off 47 balls, Ben Dunk. He dominated the second half of that innings. Dwayne Smith with a very useful cameo of 29. And they haven't had many other contributions. They haven't really needed them, and they've still got up to 185. So, started off well. Partnership of 36 between the openers, 30 between Smith and Abdullah, and just lost their way slightly, a couple of quick wickets, until Dunk came to the party. Partnerships with the Grondom, Chipley, and then the main one with Nurse, 56 off 28, and he almost batted right through to the end.
Yeah, it's been a tough day out for the bowlers, apart from Gunaratne. And look at those figures, 4 overs, 3 for 10, and still the team gets to 185. It just shows that how far ahead he has been from the rest of the bowlers. Pretty expensive. Everyone was got an opportunity to bowl apart from Gunaratne. But that was because of that innings from Ben Dunk, 97. What an extraordinary innings we witnessed.
It all means 186 is the target. Don't move a muscle. This could get very, very interesting.
welcome back to the Bakshi Stadium here in Srinagar. Match number 20, India Capitals taking on the Manipur Tigers. Winner of this books himself a spot in the playoffs, the third one to go down, so there'll only be one spot left after this one. And we have seen some sensational hitting, mainly from that man on your screens, Ben Dunk. He fell agonizingly short of his first K Rasa Legends League 100, but my, it was some striking. 97 off 47, and he just made it look so easy, sending it to all parts and injecting some real power, striking over 200, and it was just quite something to behold. He's already got 2 half centuries this tournament, and then he came in today and he just made the boundaries look tiny. He made the bowlers look mortal, and he just wielded his bat like a magic wand, a magician going about his business. 8 4s and 7 6s. That strike rate up over 200. They just couldn't stop him, and the crowd absolutely loved every single moment of it. This is what they want. So he's up at number 2 in the most runs in the K Rasa Legends League Season 3. Up the top, Martin Guptill. Obviously, he's quite far ahead there, but if they put themselves a space in the playoffs, the Capitals, well, he could catch up with them. Srivat Goswami of the Superstars in there as well. Gurpreet Singh Mann captaining Toyam Hyderabad, he's at 3rd, and Moni van Beek is the only other man with 100, as well as Martin Guptill. He's in there too. But Ben Dunk, it was sensational. And that partnership with Ashley Nurse, you can just look at how it was weighted. It was all Ben Dunk, really, and Ashley Nurse sort of could have picked up a camping chair, put it down at the other end, and just watched the fireworks, because it was explosive. It was also started off with that first wicket partnership of 36 that really set the foundation and meant that they could really accelerate on from there. A difficult day to be a bowler for the Manipur Tigers, missing Harbhajan Singh as well, but Gunaratne, well, he showed up all the rest of the bowlers. 3 wickets for 10 runs from his 4 overs, and in that, 16 dots. Nikhil Chopra, he was the standout for there, but it really was all about the batting today.
Without a doubt, on a surface like that, the opposition team gets 185. That's the first wicket that fell. Have a look at where Obus Pinia bowled that delivery from. Really using the length of that surface, throwing the ball up in the air. Dhruv at that moment in time was trying to reach for it, and then Dwayne Smith, straight after that strategic timeout, smartly bowled once again by Asela Gunaratne, looking to attack the stumps. Hint of turn, but looking to attack the stumps. And then Iqbal Abdullah chipping one too long off. Was looking to go inside out, probably towards extra cover. The bat turning in the hands, and nice and easy catch to long off. Here's the 3rd wicket that fell. Iqbal Abdullah was sent in to do a job and try and put some pressure on the bowling. And then followed the grand home. Maybe he was looking to steal a home run.
Well, it did look like it, didn't it? He sort of set off and then was like, oh, no, didn't mean to do that. I take it back, I take it back. And by that point, he'd committed to it. And really good work by the Colonel behind there. And held the hand high in the air, gave it the Queen's wave. And Gunaratne has been sensational today. That was the end of chip lead. Less embarrassing than his wicket in the previous game when he actually fell over. Almost saved himself and got run out. So today, playing on to his own stumps and a bit irritated. He was sort of watching the show from the other end for a while, which is quite difficult. And then this was the run out of Ashley Nurse. It was a really good bit of fielding, actually. And he sort of lost his bat, threw his bat as he went over in his crease. It's always something going on with these run-outs for these India Capital sides. It's sort of like it got stuck and then it fell out. And this was Dunk falling agonizingly close of his century. And when it's got your name on it, it's got your name on it. But that's going to really, really hurt his toe later. I think maybe the runs will soften the pain just a little bit. It hurts always less when you score lots of runs. So this is the equation. Manipur Tigers, they need a whopping 186 runs to win from their 20 overs and book themselves a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. And all that the Capitals need to do is defend that. And when it comes to defending targets, you would think that 186 was a much easier one to defend. And they are playing to get themselves into the playoffs. They're currently sitting 3rd and 4th, with the superstars already qualified a while ago. Toyam Hyderabad, your side, Nikhil, their momentum is through the roof. They're just winning, winning, winning now. They're already qualified too, so there's 2 more spots up for grabs, and one of them will be taken today. And maybe that lady on the screens there, the nice yellow headdress, maybe she's a Toyam fan too, and she's just dreaming about Ben Dunk. If only he'd hit one more boundary and it would have been 100 here in Srinagar. But the crowd haven't seemed to mind too much. They've had some really exciting cricket. And here it is, the superstars. They qualified ages ago. They are already into the playoffs. The Toyam Hyderabad, after being bottom for a while, win 3 on the trot and have booked themselves a spot too. So now Capitals and Tigers, barely anything separating them. The winner today gets a big Q next to their name and they go on into those playoffs. But you'd be pretty happy with 185 for 7 on the board, wouldn't you, Nikhil?
Without a doubt, and especially when you don't know too much about the surface as well. You know the second inning comes with a bit of dew, ball getting wet. You want to get that extra 15-20 runs, and I think the India Capitals have got that. The Manipal Tigers will come out all guns blazing because you need to capitalize that power play. You're probably looking to be on the other side of 60 so that you take the pressure off the middle order as well.
And that's exactly what we were saying between the innings yesterday. John was saying to me, and Abby, they were saying, you know, Toyam need to come out and they need to fire in that power play. They've just got to go all guns, make a big dent in that chase, and then they can push on from there. It wasn't quite a target like this, but that's what they need to do. They need to fire in that power play. There's no use getting even further behind because that run rate's already 9.25 before they've even started. So it's quite an ask, but just find the boundaries early. We've seen that it can be done. So it's just about trying to execute that for the Manipal Tigers. That man on your screen there, he's got his floppy hat on, even though it's dark. You know, you've got to protect the bald head, I guess, somehow. And the 2 men opening up there for the Manipal Tigers, they know that there is a job to be done. Overseeing proceedings on your right there, Billy Bowden, and on the left, Jerry Matabiri. And the TV umpire tonight is Chris Berry. So that's who is in charge of proceedings, but they're going to want to take charge. The Manipal Tigers grab their prey and show their stripes, but it's not going to be easy.
Well, the Colonel would be looking to capitalize the power play like we've seen. He's always done that. Never shy of going out there and expressing his skill set. Dhaval Kulkarni, smart campaigner, swings the new ball early on, has the variations as well. Namanoja not playing for the India Capitals today. Dhruv's got the big duty of keeping behind the stumps on a surface where the ball tends to keep low as well. Try and save as many runs as possible. We'll have to see the kind of role Iqbal Abdullah plays with the ball as well. If he gets enough turn with the wet ball. But to me, these 6 overs are going to be key. Number of boundaries that you're able to hit. 185. If you look at that scoreboard, Georgie, as a unit in the dugout, you'd be saying minus the 30 or 35 runs because of the dimensions of the ground. Look to get boundaries. You're only going to win this game when you have enough boundaries.
And there's the signal from Billy Bowden, the impact player. So Dwayne Smith, he's done his job for today. 29 off 32. He goes out. And Pankaj Singh comes in. So the batter out, the bowler in for the Capitals, defending 185. Just waiting there in the middle. So Abu Nechim, he's gone out, and Solomon Miri, he's come in and opening the batting alongside Phil Mustard. And they need to find a boundary early here. Start making inroads on that target. So Phil Mustard, that's a healthy enough strike rate, 122, and he's going to need to go at that and more tonight, especially with his new batting partner in hand. So different partnership starting things up. Let's look at the dew. That's what the pitch is looking like. So this is what they've got to work with, these two batters. Solomon Miri, 29 matches, really healthy strike rate, 144. So if these two can strike like they know they can, sticks out his tongue at the drone. Looks pretty relaxed, if you ask me.
Now have a look at the experience of Dawal Kulkarni. 154 wickets with the economy of less than 8. For somebody who bowls in the power play and towards the end of the innings, that's a phenomenal economy rate. We'll have to see if he finds some early swing with the new ball, Dawal Kulkarni.
Good start. Every dot ball's a hot ball, as we used to say. It's a very village cricket thing, I think, to say, but, you know, dot ball just keep pushing up that run rate, already 9.3.
Yeah, this is one of those grounds, Georgie, you get 3, 4 dot balls, 5 dot balls, 7 dot balls, and all of a sudden you find 3 in the slot, you get 3 sixes.
It's the excitement of the game, isn't it? One ball can change a game, one wicket, one boundary. Coming down the pitch at Kulkarni there, and that's the first runs for this chase.
Yeah, Phil Mustard just telling Solomon Miri what he saw in the first couple of deliveries, how the ball's coming onto the bat as well. Maybe off the wicket, it just came in to the left-hander. Dawal Kulkarni is somebody who looks to cramp up the batsman early on, the right-hander especially. Have a look at that. Phenomenal work. Standing on that little pedestal up in the open end, and it's nice and chilly there, nippy. You'd be used to that weather, but not our cameraman.
Struck on the pad, surely that's gone. The crooked finger slowly raised by Billy Bowden. Dream start this for the India Capitals, and well, a nightmare start for the Tigers. They've already lost their first wicket inside the first over.
Terrific line and length late on the ball. By the time the bat came down, the ball was wrapped onto the pads as well. That's what Dawal Kulkarni can do. Always on the money. Bang on Solomon Miri. Solomon Miri gets out for naught. It's 1 for 1, the Manipal Tigers.
Manoj Tiwari into the business now. So 1 wicket already down, and the Capitals will be feeling very positive. They came into this riding high from that batting performance, and now starting things off easy as you like. Wicket in the first over. So Manoj Tiwari, the right-hander, recently retired, a strike rate slightly less than that of Miri, 116 compared to the 144, and he's going to need to go at some.
Have a look at Solomon Miri's bat. By the time the ball hit the pad, the bat was still in that backlift. Shade late on the ball.
Almost plays onto his own stumps. Phil Mustard gets out the footballing skills. But yet another dot ball. So a very tidy first over this, actually. The run, the leg bite, and the wicket when they need to be going at 9.6.
He was out golfing, Dan Christian was. Still waiting for one in the slot, Colonel.
Phil Mustard going to need to try and take this by the horns. First over gone, 3 for 1. 3 for 1 after the first over, and they need to be going at 9.6, so it's quite some ask. And the fans are absolutely loving this tonight. They saw some carnage off the bat of Ben Dunk, and that's what you want to see when you haven't seen cricket in so long. Get that man in. He's been in the gym lifting tin. He could hit these boundaries too. Kids of maybe stars of the future being inspired here. So 3 runs just coming off the first over. Pankaj Singh, we're going for a bit of pace. That economy 7.6, 57 matches, 43 wickets, and we'd love to pick up another one here. Because that, if you look at the target, 183 needed from 114. Sounds like quite a lot for the Tigers. Nice shot. There's a man down there on the boundary.
Well, the India Capitals have come out with a plan, especially the quick bowlers. They want to keep the length, not giving anything in the slot to the batsmen so that they can go over extra cover, mid-off or mid-on, back at the length, forcing the batsman to just play those nudges through third man. We'll have to see the kind of role Manoj Tiwari. To see a couple of batsmen use their feet, just try and upset the rhythm of either Pankaj Singh early on in his spell, or even for that matter, Dhaval Kulkarni from the other end.
Whoa, that has done something off the pitch. Where's that come from? Manoj Tiwari can't believe it either.
I dare not say. Quick leg spinner from Pankaj Singh. That's the wicket of Solomon Mire. Yeah, that's the cricket finger going up. Billy Bowden. He's become very popular in India. He was always popular around the world, but in these parts as well, he's become very popular. We'll show you that previous delivery in just a minute. Some serious movement.
Some serious movement of the feet of Manoj Tiwari as well. He shuffled down and was swinging from the hills, but you said it would be good if they come down, try and take the intent, maybe a little bit too much too early.
Yeah, but have a look at the intent was not bad, but he was probably trying to hit this ball back into Jammu. That's why no real timing. When you're looking to go big, especially in the power play against the new ball, just look to time the cricket ball. And with the momentum, you're using the pace. If you time it, sometimes the ball will carry for 6. But when you're looking to really go big, you lose the shape.
Again, tries again, and still not working. This is good bowling from Pankaj as well. He knows that this is what Manoj Tiwari is trying to do.
Yeah, when he's looking to use his feet, he's looking to go outside leg stump, trying to create that room, and that's good enough for Pankaj Singh to get that hint of movement after the ball pitches, taking it away from the right-hander.
Just 1 off the over so far. That run rate pushing up to almost 10 required. Well, that's 3 in a row. He's just having a big old swing. I think over in England we would say all swing, no ding, something like that.
You were out there earlier. Are there any flies or moths? Well, he hasn't got any connect on the cricket ball, Manoj Tiwari. But the good thing is I like the intent. When you're looking to chase down 185, looking to capitalize that power play, it's a good thing that Phil Mustard's gone down and had a word with Manoj Tiwari.
Do you think the word was try and make contact with the ball, please? Finds the leading edge, can land just short of what an over that has been. This is proving difficult, this chase. 1 from the over, 2 done, 4 for 1. Faiz Faisal there on your screen is actually taking over the reins as captain for now, because Ian Bell has got a little hamstring niggle, so he's sat in the dugout with one of those lovely white jackets on, and Faiz Fazal in charge. And, well, when you're defending 185, it's not the most taxing of captaincy roles, but always also still got to step up and still got to decide. So there's Ian Bell wrapped up, and you can see he's holding something around his right hammy there.
Just get a sense. You think Ian Bell's feeling cool? Oh, he's pretty home with that sort of temperature. Yeah, but he probably did his hamstring soft outfield.
Well, Phil Mustard is showing Manoj Tiwari that when you do make connection, you can pick up boundaries pretty easily.
Good bit of timing. Have a look at his head. Watches the ball onto the bat. Right towards the end, the flick of the wrist. Looks to play it so late. Outside, picks it up from outside off stump. Any decent sort of connect on that surface, these ground dimensions, you are surely going to get boundaries.
Just be one this time. So Manoj Tiwari's seen how to do it now, and he's got his opportunity because he's not yet managed to score, and he's already chewed up and over.
Oh, 6 deliveries, 6 dot balls. Out of those 6, I think he just connected once with the bat. He's trying to hit the ball too hard. And as a batsman, when you go out there batting, I can understand probably feeling the pressure off the scoreboard as well. But the first couple of deliveries, conscious effort, try and find the middle of the bat. Even when you're looking to defend the cricket ball, try and find the middle of the bat. If the wicket tends to keep low, then you know your hands are going to be low. If there's bounce, you'll adjust to that.
Gives himself room, but still just chips it up in the air. And he was on the other end of Pankaj Singh's first over, which really was quite astonishing. Just the one run coming from it, finding the movement, and there it is, the big swinging, and again, and still not connecting. And then thought about coming for the one to close out the over, but just one run coming off his first over, and with a target of 186, one from an over is pretty good going. Worked away by Mustard into the gap and cut off in the end by Chipley.
Lovely DK.
Yeah, Manoj Tiwari better start getting some runs, and quickly. 7 deliveries, 1 run. Because if you start playing dot balls, that pressure is also going to show on Phil Mustard as well.
He just can't afford to chew up deliveries, and that's exactly what he's doing at this point. If he gets himself to sort of 8 from 30, that's not going to help. But there's Ian Bell with the strapping, and it's either ice or heat under there. Physio things seem to change all the time. It's very difficult to keep up with what's best, heat or ice, but he'll be having all the right treatments, because if they want to book themselves into those playoffs, they'll want their main captain leading things. Gives himself room. Finally connects Tiwari, but just picks up one, so he'll retain the strike for the beginning of the next over. 3 done, 12 for 1. Srinagar, the K Rasa Legends League has arrived. This is our first evening game here in this wonderful city, which meant we've had the day to be able to have a look around and explore too. So it is a beautiful part of the world. Just being able to see the mountains in the background, I'm mesmerized. Yesterday afternoon was amazing throughout the game. We just saw them change in the distance as the match went on. Tonight we're in the dark. In the evening, the dew out there could make things more difficult. But unsurprisingly, Pankaj continuing, just the 1 run coming from his first over. And now that required rate up over 10 Manoj Tiwari needs to find a boundary, needs to find the middle, because otherwise he's just chewing up deliveries and putting the pressure on his batting partner. And he finally finds it, and he finds 4.
Much better strike. Just looking to time the ball and place the ball. Using the pace of Pankaj Singh. That width coming in handy for Manoj Tiwari. Not looking to throw the kitchen sink. There's just that enough contact on the cricket ball and capitalizing on a short boundary there. Backward a point. There's a big gap on the offside. Third man is wide. There's a big gap backward a point. Just look to open the face of the bat and you will get a boundary.
And he's looking for that gap. Just soft touch, awareness.
Interesting to see. To the right-hander, Pankaj Singh has been on the money. That 4th stump, the test match length. Corridor of uncertainty, that hint of movement away from the right-hander. Phil Mustard understands chasing 186. And he likes anything on the pads, favors the onside. Back at the length, he'll be looking to go big on the deep square leg area.
Going to fall just short of Colin de Grandhomme, but is there a chance of a run out? The deflection, they're running on that as well. They know they need to take advantage of every extra run they can find, so it's really good awareness from the 2 M's out in the middle.
Right, Georgie, let me throw you a little trivia. I guess, if I'm not wrong, India Capital's the only side that is traveling with a video analyst. So he does all the homework. What lines and lengths to bowl to what batsmen, what are their strengths? How many dot balls do they play on what lines? So they come with a specific plan.
There you go. Is that a hint of jealousy, I hear, from Mr. Are you sure? Oh, what a grab! What a grab! Leapt like a salmon to his left. And Pankaj, he's been economical. Manoj Tiwari, he had your number, and you are gone.
Well, he's a gun fielder, make no mistake about it. Iqbal Abdullah diving to his left, his strong area, anticipated really well. Have a look at that. Just inches away from the ground. He's always been a good fielder, great athlete. Surprised Manoj Tiwari is probably looking for that boundary, but found Iqbal Abdullah in the middle. Pankaj Singh picks up a wicket as well. Yep, he's a happy man. You can see the energy in the field for the India Capitals. Manoj Tiwari departs for 7 of 11, 18 for 2.
What a grab that was, and that brings Dan Christian out to the middle. He comes to join Phil Mustard, who's just seen Manoj Tiwari have a swing at a few, miss them, finally find the boundary, and in the end be sent on the way. So they're struggling here. Manipur Tigers 18 for 2 inside 4 overs. Dan Christian is going to need to strike at that 137 strike rate. And he has a swing and a miss too. And how impressive has Pankaj Singh been today, Nikhil?
Those tidy lines and lengths, very disciplined bowling. And that effort reaping rewards. Finding the Q end of the bat, no real timing, but a really well-judged catch by Iqbal Abdullah, diving to his left. I like the timing of the dive as well. Always kept his eyes on the ball. in the palm, both hands. Just goes to show how quickly he moved.
Solid from Dan Christian. Well, a successful over again for Pankaj. 4 gone, 18 for 2. Well, the Wiggly Worms are already separating. It's been a difficult start, this, for the Tigers. They knew that they needed to go some and go some early, and instead it's just 2 of them who have come and gone some, and they've gone back to the dugouts, the only place they've gone. So Mustard still out there in the middle, has been out there since the top. 10 from 10. Dan Christian yet to get off the mark. And Pankaj Singh there taking a seat. So
Left arm spin of Iqbal Abdullah, 86 wickets, economy of less than 7 in 104 games. I'm surprised why Pankaj Singh has gone off the park. He's bowled 2 overs, 7 runs for that 1 wicket.
well, that's turned. Has turned some. Gets the Billy Bowden wide signal. Rubbing his hands together there. Unsure if it's warm or just, oh, there's something spicy in this pitch for me. Really finding the turn. Abdullah making things happen, getting Phil Mustard thinking.
Phil Mustard thinking with the kind of turn that Iqbal Abdullah is getting. He's probably looking to line up that sweep shot that he plays so well. I wonder, he's just waiting for the right line to sweep from. Length he adjusts really well, Phil Mustard.
Gone for the reverse sweep, got himself in all of a pickle. And I think he's been hit on the chest in the end. Billy Bowden not hiding that he finds that funny.
Yeah, just looking to capitalize the field restrictions on the offside.
There you go. Regulation this time, picks up boundary.
He's just lining up that sweep shot that he plays. Found the length. Most importantly, the previous 2 deliveries, is the length that he couldn't sweep from. This time, the ball was closer to him, so he could place it really well, going with the turn. He loves playing that sweep shot.
Shuffles down the pitch, clips away, picks up 4.
Yeah, nice use of the feet after he swept the previous delivery. He's getting closer to the ball, going with the turn once again. 2 men out in the deep, patrolling the boundary, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, but found the gap really well. Not a really big boundary on the onside. Those boundaries will help.
That required rate still up over 10 here. 1 to come in this over. This is not the start they wanted, the Manipal Tigers. They knew they had to chase this and get a good foundation early, and all that's happened, they've lost 2 wickets and they've been kept very quiet. Phil Mustard doing his best, 18 from 15. And I think that's found a bit of bat on there. So Dot to finish off the over. 5 done, 27 for 2.
Manukau Tigers have lost too early in their pursuit of what looks like a pretty stiff target. 186 is what they need to get to. And they need a partnership now. Need someone to take the ball by the horns like Ben Dunk did in the first innings. Pankaj has been superb coming in as an impact player. That is an impact. 1 for 7 off 2 overs. His bounce has been particularly hard to handle. Manoj Tiwari in particular, until he got out, really struggling. He's led the way in terms of seamers on this pitch today. Cut hard and a chance put down. That was hit hard. Iqbal Abdullah could have had 2 screamers.
Goodness me, that ball was going like a rocket. Short, wide, cut. Oh, I tell you what, he had that. It was in his hands, and as he hit the ground, it came out. This would be a lovely view of it. Oh, diving to his right. That would have been a big, big moment in this innings. Would have been 3 down for 28. So close.
Actually, Avinash Yadav playing his first game today. Just battering a hard length at the moment, Pankaj, and it's so hard to deal with. Speaking of battering, that's what we saw earlier from Ben Dunk. We saw a clinic of power, precision and timing. Do not bowl there, because he will pull you into the stands all day long. If you go too wide, he can cut you as well. That is his bread and butter, though. He gets very deep in his crease. That went flat for 6 off his legs. He can go straight as well, but he's just very good at targeting the gaps, and he fell agonisingly short of a first 100 in Srinagar in a big game for almost 40 years. What a great season he's having. 350s already. Strike rate 190. Brilliant stuff, Pankaj.
Oh, he gave us such entertainment earlier on, Dunk. As you say, plenty of 6s, 4s, and he really picked his moment. He picked his moment to strike. That's what he's been so good at. Consistency, like you said there, 350s. Finding his range, and is he finding his range just in time to get to those playoff places if they win tonight? Right up into second place.
Oh, quick single, well run by Phil Mustard. That's all they're able to get at the moment. Just picking up the ones here and there, and really struggling to find a boundary.
What I like about Pankaj is coming from such a height and hitting a tough length. They're really in between length, and it's not like you can just stand and deliver, or you can't hang back and pull. It's not short enough to pull either, so that's why he's been so effective in consistency, hitting his length. Brilliant work from him. Holds a heavy ball, you can see. He really does hit that wicket hard, and if there's any inconsistencies with the wicket, he's going to thrive.
And bit of inconsistent bounce. He might have rolled his fingers across that one.
Did just hold and go, but like a tennis ball bounce there once it went through, and Christian way early on his stroke that time, and he has battled to come to terms with the wicket early on, Christian. That's why we say if you're taking wickets through the innings, it's so hard for new batters to come in and score at 10, 12 and over, and that's what they're going to be needing pretty shortly. They're almost up to 11 and over required.
Hard work for the legend fast bowlers. A bit more advanced in age. You've got to really bend your back and run in, something they haven't done for a long time. Pankaj doing a great job here. Christian spanks him straight down the ground. Good use of the feet. He had to do something. And that's 35 for 2 after the power play. India Capital's two seamers have done really well, combined for 5 overs, a couple of wickets, and gone for just 25 runs. And that is why Capitals at the moment ahead of the game. That can all change, though, as we saw with how Ben Dunk quickly turned around their own innings. And this Manipal Tigers side, they do bat very deep. Avinash is going to get his first bowl after almost pulling off a screamer in the previous over. Left arm spinner who's come in and he's gone straight into the side. Immediate slog sweep straight to deep mid-wicket. There's one man out there, loads of green open space near him, and Phil Mustard has managed to hit it straight down his throat.
His first delivery in the competition, what a dream start for him. Big wicket, left-hander hitting to the short boundary, and a wry smile on Phil Mustard's face, you'll know. He hit it dead straight to the fielder, hit it well, flat, but he picked him out. Only man square of the boundary. A good sharp catch, nice and low, knee height, and that is brilliant from him. What a start. Dunk, the Gronholm, all around him to keep him in the zone. So Mustard's gone for 20. The Tigers now 35 for 3 in early trouble.
Amit Verma, the new batter, leg slip in, good delivery first up. What a start by Avinash, his debut in LLC, and he's got a wicket with his first ball. It's Verma's stats, strike rate 115 sent in to try and keep the left-right combination going. Still a lot of batting to come for Manipal.
Gets himself underway, but a good start. He's getting it in those foot marks that are outside the left-hander's off stump, as you can have a look there now. Just missed the foot mark. And Mustard, he was sort of in between stroke, whether hitting it along the ground or hitting it all the way, and that is where the problem was. He's frustrated with himself. Short boundary, went to begging, and the men prospering, the Capitals.
I think the Colonel will be kicking himself. He'd just gone through with the shot. That would have easily gone over the man. Maybe just trying to hit the gap rather than go big.
Interesting to see how Dan Christian goes about his business here now. The rate, almost 11.5. It's really starting to get to a worrying point. You don't mind 12 and over for the last 4 or 5, but from this far out, it becomes really, really difficult, especially with two new batters joining all too often for the Tigers.
I've already seen a catch at leg slip taken this year. Off the spinner. Good catch by Mohammad Kaif, the Gujarat greats. On a turning pitch, it's definitely an option, isn't it? In this situation, left arm spinner to left-handed batter. It's probably a better option than having a regulation slip in some ways. Oh, watch out for the turning delivery. What a start for Avinash. A wicket in his first over, 37 for 3. The Manipal Tigers worm is a little sickly at the moment, not looking in great shape. Just hasn't started on an upward curve. And that needs to change pretty soon. Needs to start turning upwards. At the moment, required rate is 11.46 already. Good time to bring in Rahul Sharma, who's had a good tournament for the Capitals. Started off really well, first 2 or 3 games. Here's Christian, going to try and take him down here. Try and get some momentum into this innings. He's the man at the crease who you think can do it. Very short, no bounce, and doesn't hit the bat.
He's very lucky because that was a half tracker and he's got away with it, but he's been pretty steady. He's always started a bit slowly in these games so far, but he improves as he gets into his spell.
Again, very short. Let's have a look at the 3 wickets that have gone down then. First of all, that was absolutely stone dead. LBW, Solomon Mire, impact player. Great catch from Iqbal Abdullah, diving to his left, got 2 hands to the ball to get rid of Manoj Tiwari. And then the Colonel Mustard just picked out the mid-wicket. Maybe should have gone through with the shot. It's a short hit on that boundary. If he'd gone through with the shot, that would have gone for 6, I'm pretty sure. The ball was there to play the slog sweep. So a repair job needed. He's bowled 3 pretty short deliveries and got away with every one so far.
Somehow he's getting away with it. A swing and a miss from Christian, and now a swing and hits the pad. That was miles down the leg side, but he's testing the wicket halfway down here, and he's got away with it. He's only gone for a run and the 1 leg bar, so he's got to get it right here. Pitch it up a touch.
Oh, I tell you what, he gets away with another one. Good bit of fielding by Cover, who just got a hand to it, took the pace off. Ben Dunk there. Let's just remind you where we stand. This is the final group game for both the Capitals and the Tigers. The winner is through to the playoffs with Toyim and Southern Superstars. The loser is then relying on Gujarat Greats to beat KSO tomorrow, or possibly Connacht to win, but only to win a close game, so their net run rate doesn't go above the loser. But you don't want to be in that position. You just need Gujarat to win. First one he's pitched up.
Yeah, so such big games this evening, tomorrow night as well. This is really becoming a logjam in the middle, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So if Connacht win tomorrow, they leap ahead of the loser of today's game, and then they're out. So the loser of this game tonight could be out of the tournament. So that's why this is a must-win game, knockout game, really.
Yeah, it's a knockout unless Gujarat beat KSO, basically. It's actually been a really exciting group stage. Southern Superstars won their first 5 games and sprinted away, but everyone else has been really close. Everyone else has been in it up until yesterday, or last couple of days, when Gujarat were knocked out. Rahul Sharma, I think we're fairly happy with only going for 4 in that over. 42 for 3. one more group phase match, and it is tomorrow, same time, same place, 7 p.m. here at the Bakshi Stadium. Konak Surya's Odisha against Gujarat Greats. The two sides that are outside the playoffs at the moment. The Greats cannot qualify, so a bit of a swan song for Shikhar Dhawan, Chris Gayle, Mona van Veek et al. But KSO can. If they win, they'll qualify. The Tan brothers will want to make sure that gets done. If he missed that, he was gone.
I was playing French cricket there. The feet were together, back in his crease in front of the stumps, and luckily found the middle of the bat.
When's Christian going to press the go button? It's got to be coming very soon, hasn't it? Maybe this over. Required rate above 12 now.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure here. You can see it. He's wise enough. He's wise enough to know not to let a dot ball sort of get him out and panic. But what he's going to have to do is try and pick an over where they say, this is the guy we got to target, and really try and get 20 off it and try and bring the game back massively in their favor. But they are needing more than 2 runs a ball right now, and that's really tough going.
A lot of swinging, a lot of missing going on in this innings from Manipal Tigers. They just haven't got to grips with this pitch. Both sides playing on it for the first time. And again.
Those dots are killing them at the moment. He's throwing it out there into those foot marks, and there's very much variable bounce and turn out of those foot marks.
Oh, straight off the back foot. That is some shot. Flown to the boundary and much needed. 47 for 3. Manipal Tigers need to chat through how they're going to go about these final 11 overs, because things are looking a bit hairy for them, and Billy's getting excited. It's time for a strategic timeout. Need to wrap up warm tonight in Srinagar. It's a chilly evening, but a very fine one as well. Will it be a fine one at the end of the day for the India Capitals? They've restricted the Tigers in the first 9 overs of this chase. They're just 47 for 3 Bill Mustard, 20 of 19, the top scorer so far. Dan Christian, Amit Verma need to pull their fingers out and get going soon. Good news for them, they do have a deep batting lineup to come. How they use that batting lineup could be pretty important. India Capitals have amassed 185 earlier today. Ben Dunk got over half of those runs, 97. He fell agonizingly short of what would have been the third century of this season's LLC, and it was thoroughly deserved because this pitch is not the easiest to bat on, but he was irresistible, frequently belting the ball out of the park. And he's now second top run scorer in this competition. Manipal need to find something, John.
You think Dunk can catch Guptill? That's my other question I have. How far ahead is he? We're going to have to check those numbers out because Dunk is flying at the moment. Guptill, he was flying in Surat, no doubt about it. That's where he made up some big numbers. Abdullah was the one over so far this evening, 9 for 9, and this is next couple overs are massive in the context of this game. This man's a big part of it.
Oh, that was close to the stumps. He was so early on the shot. They will get two.
So where's Christian going to target here? Straight, maybe over extra cover. Could be an area. And there is turn, and he's mistimed that. Almost chopped it onto his stumps. He set off and desperately wanted 2 runs to get back on strike. Maybe extra cover could be an area they look at.
Tap and run. We've only hit 8 fours, 6 fours, correction, so far. And no sixes. India Capitals hit 8 sixes. They're well behind on that front. Small playing surface as well. You'd have expected at least 1 or 2 sixes in the first 9 overs. Just haven't been able to come to terms with the 22 yards. I think that's just outside the line. He's been trying to get away the slog sweep the last couple of overs, yet to connect with one.
It's good pace from Abdullah, just snuck through him a bit too quick. He saw him coming and he bowled it a bit quicker, and that's very, very close, but a very good decision, I think, in the end, just outside the line of off stump.
He's missed another one. I reckon he's missed 4 in the last couple of overs, so that's slog sweep. Maybe time to try another shot.
Maybe could advance down the wicket and try and look to hit a bit straighter or more vertical bat wide of long on. That could be an area rather than the horizontal bat shot.
Not giving up, that's closer. Jerry says no, he thought about this one. Iqbal Abdullah can't believe it. This turned as well. I think it might have hit him in line.
Another look, another big appeal, and he's going to, umpire's going to say hit him outside the line again. No doubt that's his reasoning. Another dot.
Outside the line again. That slog sweep, I think it's time to put it away. 50 for 3.
$50 for 3 after 10. Manipal Tigers really struggling. Have a look at the warm. At the moment, they're nowhere close if you compare it to the India Capitals. They need somebody to play an extraordinary innings. Actually, it'll take a miracle for them to even get close from here. And look who is there, Syed Kirmani, an absolute legend of Indian cricket, and they need a lot more shots like that. if they want to get close to that 185. If there is any man or anybody who can get them close, is that man on your screen, Dan Christian. Avinash Yadav has bowled really well, playing his first ever LLC match. Got a wicket of his first delivery. Colonel Phil Mustard got out playing a slog sweep. And this is going to disappear. 4 to start. And the next delivery out of the park. He's just turning the heat on, Dan Christian. And I've just been joined by Nikhil Chopra. What do you think about that shot?
Lovely. You need to try and get a move on. Dan Christian spent some more time out there in the middle. This game will get close. Make no mistake about it. No, I keep harping on the fact with the dimensions of this particular ground. 3 sixes, couple of boundaries in and over. You're well in the game. Make no mistake about it. And have a look at that. The towels are out, the ball's getting wet, the dew forming as well. It's going to get tougher for the finger spinners, the spinners as well, and this is the time to capitalize.
Nicely bowled. Our arm delivery, expecting the ball to turn. Dan Christian got completely done by Avinash Yadav, picking up his second.
Beautiful arm ball. Just got beaten by the pace there. It's a wet ball, so it's going to skid on to the bat a lot quicker than you anticipate as well. Yeah, good comeback. Good comeback by Avinash. Have a look at the emotions there by the bowler. Dan Christian getting out. Not 24 from 19. It's 60 for 4 Manipal Tigers and a spot of bother.
All the floodlights in that stand can't match the moon. Look at that. Looks absolutely stunning, that view. But what is not looking good is 60 for 4. Thisara Pereira makes his intention very clear in his first delivery.
Well, he's got no choice. You need close to 13.5 and over from here on in. That strike rate is going to help him, 150. More than 4,500 runs in his T20 career. He keeps striking at that strike rate. He'll get the side close. A little surprised with that left and right combination. Angelo Pereira still waiting in the dugout, and this is how Dan Christian got out. I guess predetermined, wanting to go on the back foot, and just went back to a delivery where he should have been looking to play forward, Abhishek.
There's a chance, and it's in and it's out. Is Bharat Chipley, who took a catch earlier there of Phil Mustard. Yes, there is a lot of dew. Maybe the ball is wet, but after 11 is 62 for 4. Required rate 13.78, and we'll look at Syed Kirmani, one of the legends of Indian cricket, and absolute honor to have him here in Srinagar and supporting the K. Rasa Legends League Season 3.
Yeah, make no mistake about it. You know, one man who got wicket keeping looking so elegant and graceful was Syed Kirmani. Ashley Nurse into the attack. Some very fond memories of watching Syed Kirmani keep for India.
What a keeper. He was one of the best ever. When there are two left-handers, you bring in Ashley Nurse. The ball is in the air, but safe. They have to do something special here, both these players.
In the previous over, there was an opportunity for Bharat Chipley. Hard hands, my friend. He's a good mate of mine. Spends a lot of time in the gym lifting weights. Hard hands, you need to get softer, my friend. Softer hands at the ball.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that for a turn. Nicely done by Ashley Nurse. Two left-handers bring in the off-spinner. Oh, this is getting very, very difficult. But look at that turn, and also because the ball is stopping and turning, makes it so much harder. The ones and twos are not gonna make any difference to the India Capitals. It's the boundaries which are gonna hurt them.
Great catch earlier in the innings by Iqbal Abdullah. Bowled well as well. Never easy for a finger spinner to be bowling with a wet ball because of the dew. Doing the right thing before you bowl every single delivery. Try and dry up the seam so you have more control.
This is going to disappear. That sounded very meaty.
Yeah, it's going to help the cause for the Manipal Tigers as well as Amit, who was looking to find the middle of the bat with that six. Well, skidding on nicely, no real turn, going through the line. That is going to calm some butterflies of Amit as well and get that confidence back in his batting.
Went again. After 12, 70 for 4. And if you look at the batting card, Mustard looked good for a while, 20 of 19, then Meyer, Manoj struggled. Angelo Pereira still not there, but surprised.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring about that you haven't seen Angelo Pereira, because you'd want that left and right combination to keep going. And he's somebody who can turn the game on his head as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just drifting a little bit towards the pads. Dhawal Kulkarni has been brought back into the attack. He's been brilliant so far in the Legends League. Today again, just 11 of his first 2 overs, picked up an important wicket. And look at that view. Yeah, I think if we look at the comparison here, Nikhil bhai, India Capitals were 100 for 3 and Manipal Tigers really struggling. 30 shot with an extra wicket. And that's another one. Make it 5. Nicely done. He's been exceptional with his change-ups. The variety he brings to the table, Dhawal Kulkarni.
Yeah, the experienced campaigner, keeping things simple. You miss and I hit. Great line and importantly, great length as well. Just running the fingers across the ball. A change of pace working for Dhawal Kulkarni. Skipper. This is Pereira out for 2, 71 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a sorry scorecard for the Manipal Tigers. They needed somebody from the top 3 or 4 to play an innings of substance. But unfortunately, they kept losing wicket. And at the moment, 71 for 5. It's fair to say it's going to be very difficult from here. Not impossible, but it's going to be very, very difficult. But Dhaval Kulkarni, what an exceptional Legends League he is having. His execution, the variety he brings, brilliant. Obis will be taking the strike, the new batter in. First delivery, dancing down the track, off the mark.
That's how he got Thisara Pereira. Great line, great length. He's running the fingers across the ball, all stopping a shade and keeping things simple. Dhaval Kulkarni, knowing the kind of bounce you've got on that particular surface, just look to try and keep attacking the stumps. If the batsmen miss, you've got all the chance of picking up a wicket, and picking up a wicket in these conditions, always key.
Yeah, I think the most important thing you said there was keeping it simple. And with a lot of bowlers, we have seen that they tried too much on a surface where all you need to do is bowl straight and let the ball do the rest. It's just holding the ball cross seam, sometimes changing the pace, but otherwise just hitting the back of length and on the stumps. That man on screen, Hemang Badani, the coach, today he's not standing. Usually he's always standing. Under a bit of pressure, a relaxed man.
Yeah, Abhishek, I wonder why all coaches feel the pressure. I am never under pressure. I just go out there and make the plans. It's the boys who have to go and execute the plans. They should be feeling the heat, not me.
I didn't say under pressure. I said you're always standing. Let me finish. But that's a lovely slow delivery again. And again, we spoke about keeping things simple and just having a game plan and going out there and executing. And that's what they have done really well. And if you look at the bowling so far, Dhaval Kulkarni, if you talk about anybody, they've all been brilliant. Avinash Yadav playing his first ever game in the LLC, picked up 2 already. That's a big hit. That's right off the middle. Bharat Chipley is going to be a spectator. But they need a lot more of those.
Just got it across the boundary ropes, did Amit there. Once again, the slower ball, finding the toe end of the bat, using the dimensions of the ground, not very big, just getting it across the boundary rope there. Director of Operations of the Legends League Cricket was trying his hand at catching that ball outside that boundary rope. Munish?
Well tried. Very difficult chance. It was a very difficult chance for Munish. Another bouncer, short delivery. The change-up we often talk about, nicely bowled. Got a wicket in this over. After 13, 79 for 5. Well, look at the Worms. They've lost a couple of wickets too many. 79 for 5, and at the moment they're really struggling. I mean, the highlight of this match so far has been that innings from Ben Dunk, and the magnitude of that innings really taken the game away from the Manipal Tigers completely. And on a difficult pitch, he made that pitch look like an absolute belter, where every other batter has struggled. It just shows the quality of Ben Dunk's batting and power hitting. Abdullah back, and he's got a wicket straight away. Good captaincy, good change-up again, bringing the right bowler.
All smiles is Iqbal Abdullah, and so he should be. Reading the game quicker through the air. Yep. Absolutely plumb, Amit Verma. No doubt whatsoever in the umpire's mind. Getting close to 16 and over to chase down. You need to go out after every single delivery. Amit Verma departs for 21, 79 for 6.
Gunaratne, who's come out in the middle to join Ovis. Asela Gunaratne, strike rate of 118. Again, losing at regular intervals wickets. And first ball, reverse sweep, nicely done. Sometimes cricket is an easy game for some.
Asela Gunaratne, where's he been hiding? Have a look at that. Spin, low, no worries. I got every little answer that you need to bat on this particular surface. Found the gap beautifully. Going with the spin, straight away picks up a boundary and gets Iqbal Abdullah smiling and thinking.
Yeah, he's always smiling. That's one thing. He's consistent with Iqbal Abdullah. Always got a big smile on his face. He plays the game very hard. That was a very well-controlled shot by Gunaratne. Required rate under 16. That's a good shot over covers. They might go for the second, and they'll get there with ease.
I like the thinking of Asela Gunaratne inside out over extra cover. And this is the reason why Gunaratne is on crease. That's how Amit Verma got out. Lack of pace on that occasion. Once again, Amit Verma trying to probably hit it too hard. The eyes not on the ball. Yeah, the kids are loving every moment of the Legends League here in Srinagar.
I mean, if you bowl like that, it's going to be very difficult for any batter. Iqbal Abdullah just hitting that back of length, the ball keeping quite low. Yeah, another one. Second of the over. A quicker delivery again. Playing the ball on the back foot, which he should have gone on the front foot again.
Yeah, that's one of those quicker deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries. Spot on, Abhishek. One of those deliveries where he should have been looking to play forward. The arm ball working for Iqbal Abdullah. Asela Gunaratne departs for 6, 85 for 7.
Finally, it's Angelo Pereira. We've been asking for him for a long time, especially you. Nikhil by 120 his strike rate, but he's been brilliant in this competition so far. A bit too late. Very good over. 6 of this over and a couple of wickets for Iqbal Abdullah. 85 for 7 after 14. Yeah, if you look at the partnerships, there are hardly any apart from that partnership between Amit Verma and Dan Christian. Even that coming at less than run a ball. So it's been a difficult time for the Manipal Tigers batters, especially on that surface. But you got to give a lot of credit to the bowlers as well. They have stuck to their plan, and more than that, they've executed their plans. Now 85 for 7. You can easily say it's more or less over for Manipal Tigers. But what they need to play for is now the net run rate. They've got to keep an eye on that. It can be quite crucial. Rahul came and been dispatched easily by Ovis.
Yeah, one of those deliveries that he'd think again about bowling. Rang by half track. I look at the ball, the googly. Yeah, too much time. Too much time for any batsman to go out there and hit it wherever you want using the depth of the crease. Yeah, just look to turn the ball away from the right-hander, try and get him playing forward.
Oh, that's a poor delivery. It's gonna be an extra 7 already. It just feels like he's been struggling a little bit. His pace has dropped quite a bit, Rahul's. He used to bowl a lot quicker, a lot flatter. He's got to get back his rhythm. Another short delivery and another 6.
Yeah, at this moment in time, Ovis Pinier is enjoying his time out there, and so is Billy Bowden. Enjoying the Legends League cricket. Once again, a hit-me ball. Outside off stump, through the line, finds the middle of the bat, and that's good enough. With the dimensions of this ground, high and handsome.
You're under a lot of pressure here, Rahul, and straight away, a couple of words being spoken to him. It just feels like there might be a little niggle. Just not able to finish his action at the moment, Rahul. But Ovis is enjoying it. 13 of 3, couple of 6s in this over already. And this might go straight to the fielder just for a single.
What's up? Iqbal Abdullah's arm ball works. I like the length. Just foxed Masala Gunaratne there. Couldn't read the length and the pace. Always looking to attack the stumps.
Yeah, I just feel every time the ball's been bowled on the stumps, especially when the spinners have done it, you're better off playing with a straight bat. Nice and nice shot. Nicely timed over covers. Angelo Pereira doing the job as soon as he's out there.
He plays spin really well. Watch how he just goes outside leg stump, trying to create that room through the line, going with the spin as well. He likes hitting in those pockets. I was a little surprised why somebody the quality of Angelo Pereira came out to batter number 9. A little surprising.
There must be a thought process behind it, but we don't know, unfortunately. Yeah, another short delivery, just turning. They need a lot many overs like this, 19 already. Still one more delivery left. Can they finish with another boundary?
Yeah, anything short against Ovis Pinier. He's enjoyed going on the back foot and hitting those towering 6s. One over deep mid-wicket, one through extra cover region. Rahul Sharma's got to be careful. He's probably looking to bowl one in the block hole.
And that is gonna go. Finish the over with the 6, 25 from this over. They needed one desperately. After 15, it's 110 for 7.
they desperately needed that over. And you look at that, the Wiggly Worms are a long way behind, but that is a big acceleration. You've gone from a little hill to a big mountain rising up there. So at this point, the Capitals are 126 for 5. The Tigers, 110 for 7. It's the 2 extra wickets that really could be the problem. Obus Pienaar is doing his level best. And ones just aren't really going to be enough at this stage.
I think this is a huge over. Abdullah's last over. He's been the pick, I think, this evening. But Pienaar's been devastating so far. 20 off his 5 balls, and Pienaar's looked at pretty straight. If it's short, he hits it big on the pull. And he hits it very, very big down the ground. So they need to come up with a plan, and that's what they're doing now. They're just getting a towel. There's a bit of dew out there, so Abdullah just taking a moment because he understands that this is a very key moment in this game, this partnership. They're 7 down, but Pereira, he can still play. And he's still got some batting power low in this order for the Tigers.
Taking his time here. He's dried the ball, spinning it to himself. Moves across early. Has he got a hold of it? Not quite the maximum, but he's going to pick up 4. He moves on to 24 from 6.
Well. Pienaar is turning it on here in style. 5 legs up, he gets inside the line of it. Very clever batting.
A little bit chilly in that Manipal's dugout, hoods up. But the cricket is hot, especially what's coming off Obus's bat. Strike rate currently 400 for Obus Pienaar. Glorious. Not going to stop that.
We said this was going to be a huge over. Tigers have got to come at Abdullah. He knows they're coming at him now. He's been so good, but now they're taking to him. And Pienaar in particular, another boundary from him. 3 6s, 2 4s in his brief stay. Only 2 balls he hasn't faced that haven't gone for a boundary. So Pienaar, tell you what, Abdullah's feeling the heat now. And they're getting themselves back in the game. It's under 15 to the over. Dunk knows this is a huge moment.
And he knows that there's runs out there. He found them himself. And Obus Pienaar is doing exactly the same. He's showing the rest of the batting lineup exactly how it's done. Goes aerial. He's not got a hold of this. 2 fielders coming in. He calls it. And it's an excellent grab in the end. And that is the end of Obus Pienaar. And you feel that that could be the end of the hopes for the Manipal Tigers of dragging themselves back in this game.
Abdullah, he's been taken apart, but in the end, it just held up a little bit and turned. And Pienaar not quite to the pitch of it. But Fazal takes a really good catch, and that hung in the air for a very, very long time. Pienaar, just what a knock from him. He's played unbelievably well under huge pressure. 28 off 8, 119 for 8.
Yeah, he really looked like he was going to try and get them back in this, but that run rate could be important later down the line. And there's the signal coming from the umpire, so it's going to be time for teams to come together and have a chat for a strategic timeout. Well, it was an astonishing target put up by India Capitals, and Obus Pinar came out and has really injected something into this chase for the Manipal Tigers. But with the departure of Obus Pinar, it looks like any hopes for the Manipal Tigers could be falling away quickly. They still need 67 runs to win from the 26 balls remaining. So they've had time in this strategic timeout, the two batters, to come through and discuss their game plan, what they're going to do. And I think it's really going to be, we've got to take this on because we really need to find some boundaries. The timeout coming to a close there. And it's now time to hear from Matt, who has a very special guest.
Legends on the field, legends off it as well. Look who I've got with me, none other than Syed Kirmani, absolute Indian legend. Pleasure to have you here.
Yes, it's been a pleasure being involved with the Legends League cricket. You see, it's a fantastic thing to be happening for those cricketers, right, who have been out of their regular respective teams. And then the fire is burning into them, you know. Obviously, you see, they cannot be playing all along in the real team. So on those bases, I suppose this is a wonderful tournament which has taken place, honestly. And in our time also, when we finished off, when we retired, or when the youngsters took our place in our time, we had this the same thing, similar thing going on called World Masters.
Yeah.
We were called the World Masters then. And then obviously the iconic players of the Indian team, they went into various professional professions. And obviously they were pretty happy behind the mic. So on those basis that the World Masters didn't continue. It's good that the MD, LLC, Naman, he has taken over as a Legends League cricket, and I congratulate him. I would definitely congratulate him for bringing about this wonderful tournament for these cricketers whose cricket is burning into them, actually. And actually they can represent. They can represent their respective countries, be competitors to the current fellas.
Just a wicket fall inside, so I'm going to throw back upstairs. We'll continue this in a moment.
An absolute peach of a delivery, pegging back the stumps of Anyarit, and he can only manage just the one, and it's almost curtains now.
Brilliant, right on target. Kulkarni, the legend. He has done it again, 3 for 19. He's been the outstanding seaman in the competition. So, 9 down, 8 down, I should say.
It's almost over for the Tigers today. There was a brief moment. Obus Pinar looked like he might have tried to drag them back in, but it's almost night-night. And that's really kicked up. And Kulkarni has been so impressive with ball in hand.
Oh, just totally defeated him. Took all the pace off for the North cutter. Here it is, gripping, staying a little bit down. But bang on target, he's been super. 3 for 19, brilliant from him again. He's been the standout, he's taken the new ball in all the games. He's been so good, along with Abdullah. They've been their key bowlers in this tournament.
Just beating that outside edge. He's been so consistent, and no batters really managed to get themselves set against him and take him on. 3 for 19 today. He's still got a few deliveries to come. Can he finish this off? Well kept down, but these are ones and they're going to get them nowhere near that target. And they've got to find a boundary. Seems almost impossible, the likelihood of finding a win from this game, but they want to try and pick up the runs while they can. They've only got one wicket left and they need to work on that net run rate. That's a very happy captain there, aside from his little hamstring niggle. Ian Bell, his team has really done the business today. Again, just going to be single. Not going to get there in these.
So looking back at the evening's game, batting first. The Capitals really have played some good cricket throughout the series. They lost a couple of very, very close games. And Bell thought they'd won a couple and they just didn't close games out. But they've managed tonight to get, you've got to say, 40 runs too many above par.
And it was that incredible striking from Ben Dunk as well that really just took it by the horns. He's been astonishing. He was just missed out on that 100. It finished on 97. 17 overs gone, 123 for 9. They've got 3 overs left, and they need 63 runs from it. It sounds pretty difficult, especially when the over starts with a dot. India Capitals have got a foot and a half in those playoffs today, thanks to that man with the bat in hand. Ben Dunk out in the middle was astonishing. That's gone in the air. This could be the end of it. Almost, he's parried it over, and there's going to be 6.
Some fighting spirit at the death. Anirudh off the back foot, pulling it over long off. That's a powerful stroke from that position in the crease. Hanging right over the boundary. The fielder had it in his hands, and he just was distracted, it seemed, with that rope behind him, and that was enough for him to knock it on. And the bowler thinks one's got away from him.
Goes again, and it's even bigger this time. Back-to-back 6s.
Not much emotion there from Bell throughout the day since he's pulled a hammy. But this now, some lovely batting. Kept the head down. Lovely stuff. He hit that so sweetly. Go again.
This time beaten. Not going to be 3 6s in a row. But this is what they need. They need to try and take some chunks out of this. They're probably not going to chase it down, let's be honest. But thinking about that net run rate. This time gets a hold of it again. It's the 3rd 6 of the over. Anirudh showing how it's done down the order.
Capitals need to be a little bit careful here. 18 off the over. The required rate is 20 and over. At the moment, he's doing just what's needed. So, 3 6s, 1 delivery left in the over, and the Capitals are just taking their foot off the gas here at the wrong time. You'd like to say it's over, the game, but mentally you can't afford to switch off, even if it is over.
well bowled. It's going to be just one. Expensive over this one. 19 coming from it, 18 gone, 142 for 9. India Capitals have got 1 foot into those playoffs, but it's not over till it's over. There's still a wicket to take, and the winner of this match will get a big Q next to their name and book a spot in the playoffs, leaving just 1 up for grabs after this. So Manipur Tigers, it's been difficult, but as we say, they're probably 40 runs more than we thought they might get today, the Capitals. And actually, it could have been very, very tight without some astonishing astonishing hitting from Ben Dunk in that first innings. Remember, they were put into bat, the India Capitals, and boy, did they take it on.
Pankaj bowling his final over, 1 for 15 off his 3.
That's going to be 4 to start the over. Not his best delivery of the night.
A couple of fans were on the stand earlier thinking the game's over. They were making their way back to the car park and they're coming back in. Tigers coming back, but this is the man who really entertained us earlier tonight. Full shots, drives, sweeps, played all around the wicket, and in the end got dismissed by an in-swinging Yorker. That was a very good delivery, and that was what they needed to get rid of such a brilliant innings from him. Unfortunately, 3 runs short from what would have been a magnificent 100.
That was there to be hit. Baseball shot, cross bat, sat up and absolutely dispatched.
What's going on out here? That was a slow ball half tracker, and he had a couple business days to hit that. Halfway up the stand, so Pankaj has come back here. He looks pretty stiff. He's had a long break between when he bowled earlier on, and now he's bowling the penultimate over. But the problem is now it's 34 off 10 balls. They've kept the rate at 20 and over. Now Ben Dunk's just having a conversation, because I think it's very necessary at this point. The last couple overs from the Capitals have been absolutely disastrous.
Moves early, and he bamboozles him with that one. He needed that dot ball following that horrendous delivery that was given the treatment.
So the net run rate at least won't be that bad if they end up a couple short here. But the 9 balls remaining. Importantly, Anurit's on strike here, 31 off 11. Brilliant work from him.
That's gone up. Cries of catch it, and it's taken. It's not. He had it, and he's put it down. And Barrett Chipley, that is unforgivable. He had all the time in the world. It went in. It looked like that was the game, and they were into the playoffs. And his captain can't believe it.
I don't think anyone can believe it. This was an up and under. Tried to heave it over cover. Hand came off the bat. Chipley, well positioned. He juggled it. He juggled it and put it down. The bowler was starting to celebrate. His arms were up in the air. And his hands must have gone onto his head like everyone else in the dugout there. They cannot believe it. The Capitals, what is going on?
Soft touch. Dot ball this time. He had it. He had it, John.
Just also Praveen, he just blocked a ball here. They need 33 of 7. I don't think I'd be defending too many, but another look at this shot over cover, down cover's throat. and put it down. Plenty of juggles. He had a few grabs at it. Need some boundaries here from Praveen to the Tigers. Some big shots.
Short ball, swatted away, but there is a man out there. And he'll be thinking, I could bowl on this. Why are you all struggling so much? And that over finally comes to a close. 19 gone, 153 for 9. It's going to be Colin de Grandhomme. He has been handed the honour of the final over here. 33 runs needed from 6 balls. The winner of this match gets a spot in the playoffs. And Ben Dunn could be there thinking, I did all that work with the bat, and now the bowlers down the bottom here are really failing us and the catching. So Colin de Grandhomme, the Kiwi, starts with a wide.
I think there's some big nerves out there right now from the Capitals. They've faltered badly in the last 3 to 4 overs. This partnership, 33 of 18. And he starts with a wide.
That is enormous. Have some of that.
This game is not over. We thought 6, 7 overs ago it was a foregone conclusion. But they were 121 for 9. That's where they were. And Anuriet just keeps on bombing them out the ground. De Grandhomme wide and now a 6. 26 needed of 5.
Really well bowled. That's really good from Colin de Grandhomme. That's a sign of a mature cricketer who's been there and done that.
Oh, he's obviously a bit rusty. Hasn't bowled much in this tournament after the first couple of balls, but that one he managed to get in the right spot.
Well bowled again. Just get it up there full, and he can't get under it. But it has been quite some final period of this match today. Anuriet entertaining the crowd. Still out there, 38 from 15, the 1-4 and the 5 6s. I mean, talk about not having to run much. Moves early this time, probably would have been a wide if he hadn't got something on that.
Yeah, he's given it up now. They're the smiles, they're back. Couple of dot balls and all is forgiven.
Yeah, all smiles in the Capitals dugout, but it's not over till it's over. There's a smiley man. He's got a hold of that, and it's going to be another 6. Well, it's not going to be enough to get them up to the target, but it's done something for Anuriet's strike rate and his average.
Jeez, he's done something unbelievable out there. He's hit 6 6s in 17 balls he's faced. It's a foregone conclusion now, unfortunately. 20 needed off 1 ball. Capitals have done the job, but it hasn't been as convincing as what they had envisaged.
Final delivery. Looks to step back. Well, he takes it on. And that has gone absolutely miles. They're not going to win, but he brings up his 50 with a 6 off the final ball. 50 in 18 deliveries. But the India Capitals, they win by 13 runs, and they book themselves a spot in the playoffs. Ben Dunk, take a bow, astonishing with the bat today. We thought they had far too many runs, and actually, in the end, much closer than anticipated due to some really good striking further down the order from the Manipal Tigers, and some bowling that's going to take a few naughty boy nets, I think. Have to go back and have a think about that. Wry smile there, but in the end, it is the Capitals. They win the game, and they're into the playoffs.
That's right, they set it up well, runs on the board, and they looked in control. The Tigers were 121 for 9. You'd think they'd win it by 40 runs or so, but they just took their foot off the pedal at the end and let it slip. But in the end, it was enough to get them up to second in the log. So that's a huge move up the table for the Indian Capitals. They move up to the playoff time. That's where they are now. So they finished strongly, but this was the 6th to finish it. That brought up the 50 for Anirudh of 18 deliveries. Great strike rate. And that partnership was 51 of 24 for the 10th wicket. So brilliant partnership to finish. But Dunk wasn't happy for a while, but that last over had a bit of nerves. But in the end, they managed to close it out. So Anirudh's great little hand in a losing cause.
Celebrations in the Capitals dugout. The captain, Ian Bell, there, not on the field with a hammy problem, but they'll be hoping he can get some physio, get some recovery, and be back on. The crowd have been well and truly entertained in both games we've had in Srinagar so far. Cricket came back, and it's come back with a bang. There's two heavy strikers there, appreciating batting from the other side, but it is the India Capitals, the men in red. They march on, and they are still alive in this tournament, and the Manipur Tigers are going to have to await their fate, because 3 of the spots in the final 4 have now been taken, with the Capitals picking up the 3rd. They join the Toyam Hyderabad and Superstars in the qualifiers. So it was the big 50 of 18 from Anirudh that was the one to really write home about, but they just fell away. It was always a big ask. 20 up the top, 24 or 21, getting themselves in, getting themselves out, and then showing how it was done down the bottom, but it was just too late in the end, really. That's striking from Anirudh. And just the 6 extras bowled by Capitals, they were pretty tidy on that one today.
So earlier on, the Capitals and the start of the second innings were really good. Kulkarni again leading the attack, 3 for 21, outstanding. And then Abdullah, 3 for 29. So those are the outstanding efforts. Pankaj's first 3 overs really good, went for 15, and then his last over travelled. But Nurse just the 1 over. De Grandhomme bowling the last over of the game, going for 19, and just holding it together enough to get the team over the line. So a pretty decent bowling performance. Took the foot off the pedal a little bit towards the end, but they played almost the perfect game.
The carpet's being put out across the pitch in the middle there, keeping the pitch fresh for the rest of the tournament. The Capitals put up a whopping 185 for 7, guided by the 97 from Ben Dunk off just 47. 3 wickets for Gunaratne. He was impressive today. The Manipur Tigers, they looked down and out for a while, and then it looked like they actually could be back in, and we'd be in for a last ball thriller. But Anirudh's 50 unbeaten off 18 goes in vain in the end. 3 wickets for Kulkarni and 3 for Abdullah, but the top order didn't fire early enough, so it made it difficult. India Capitals winning by 13, and it's now time to hear from the losing captain with Matt Kabir Floyd.
I've got Tissera Pereira alongside me. TP, tough loss for you. At the end of the day, was 185, just too much on that pitch.
Yeah, of course, definitely. But we know lose, we have to take from both hands. But that's a general game. So, but by the way, we gave extra 20-25 runs because of in this kind of wicket. So definitely we have to keep them around 160. It's good total to chase.
And you were beaten by a pretty special innings.
Yeah, of course, you know, if you look our batting lineup, it's actually it's easy to chase even 160, 180. But you know, we didn't click our batting lineup. So, but that's a cricket. You know, we have to you know, expect everything.
And that innings for Ben Dunk was the difference between the sides. That was incredible hitting.
Yeah, of course. That's why I said, you know, this is a one-man show game. So I think if you are clicking well, so definitely it's going to be a huge score.
You're not out of it yet, because if Gujarat win tomorrow and KSO's net run rate comes down, you can still qualify. So will you all be watching with your Gujarat shirts on tomorrow night?
Because you know, we can't expect from these guys, you know, because of you know, cricket. It's a very funny game, you know. Whatever situation, we have to stay tomorrow and look together tomorrow's match.
We'll arrange for some Gujarat shirts to get sent to you in the hotel.
Thank you very much.
Hard luck today.
Still a very smiley captain despite being on the losing side. So there's the qualifications. India Capitals up to second at the moment. They've got the third queue. There's just one left to bag. So they join Superstars and Toyam Hyderabad in the playoffs. And there's one spot still there. The final on the 16th of October. We're going to head for a short break now and we'll be back with the post-match presentation. Welcome back to the K Rasa Legends League Season 3. It was the India Capitals versus the Manipur Tigers. An astonishing knock from Ben Dunk helped guide the India Capitals to their victory. Manipur Tigers couldn't quite chase it down, and it's now time for the post-match presentation with Matt Kabir-Floyd.
First night game here in the Bakshi Stadium, and we were given some proper entertainment there. Congratulations to the Capitals. They are through to the playoffs. It's a nervous wait, though, for Manipal Tigers. They'll rely on Gujarat Greats winning tomorrow. So, welcome to the post-match presentation. First of all, the K Rasa Legends League would like to thank the Jammu and Kashmir Sports Council, Jammu and Kashmir Administration, and of course, our Chief Curator, Mr. Rajveer Singh, who's done a great job preparing a very, very good pitch. We saw plenty of runs today. And also, we'd like to thank all of the sponsors and partners. The title sponsor, K Rasa, official mobile game, Dream Cricket 24, official partner, 1xBat, official partner, Amma Ujala, official broadcast partner, Star Sports, official digital streaming partner is FanCode, exclusive ticketing partner, Paytm Insider, official radio partner, Radio City, Kashmir Platinum partner, TCI Max Cement, Kashmir Platinum partner, GR8 Sports, Kashmir Pouring partner is Coca-Cola, Kashmir Medical partner, Paras Hospitals, Kashmir Radio partner, 92.7 Big FM, and Kashmir Spice partner, Kanwal Spices. Allow me to introduce you to our presentation party. To my left, a genuine legend of Indian cricket, 1983 World Cup winner, of course, Mr. Syed Kermani, head of the Code of Conduct and Ethics Committee, Legends League Cricket. Real pleasure to have him here in Srinagar. Mr. Nisa Ahmed Bhatt, marketing head, TCI Max Cements. Mr. Balvinder Singh Chabra, co-founder, Sportsmint. And Mr. Hemang Badani, coach of the India Capitals. First, we have the TCI Max Cement Dependable Player of the Match Award, and I would like to invite Mr. Nisa Ahmed Bhatt to hand over the check to someone who made a big impact with the ball in the power play, in the run chase, and that was Dawal Kulkarni. Excellent stuff. 3 for 21 from his 4 overs, showing that you can have success as a seamer on that pitch. Brilliant stuff. Right, we now move on to the Stylish Player of the Match Award. I would like to invite Mr. Balvinder Singh Chabra to hand over the check for this award. And wow, what an innings at the end of the match. Unfortunately, in a losing cause, but he smashed 7 sixes in an 18-ball 50. Anureet Singh. Right, I think Anureet will have to accept his award later on, perhaps. We'll get Anureet to come along later to get that check. We'll have to move on now, though, to the Legend of the Match Award. I'd like to invite Mr. Hemang Badani to hand over the check for this one, please. And only really one contender, of course. What a match-winning knock that was. So close to the 3rd century of the LLC Season 3. And it goes to Ben Dunk, 97 of 47 deliveries. Well done, Ben. How did you score so quickly on that pitch?
It was probably a blessing in disguise, actually, because I couldn't see the scoreboard early on when I was probably chewing up the balls. We had a real positive couple of days lead in where we spoke about showing really good intent, and you know, it was just nice to see not only myself but all the boys. You know, I think that was probably our most complete batting performance.
Very complete from you today in particular. Talk us through how you generate so much power, sometimes with what seems like, you know, minimal effort.
I work pretty hard in the gym, both on you know, on my overall strength and then in the nets, and you know, I'm just really enjoying my cricket at the moment, and I'm really fortunate that a few are hitting the middle of the bat, so hopefully it continues. It's timing, though, isn't it? It's the way that you time the ball, where you consistently find the middle. Yeah, I think you know, the old saying of practice makes perfect, and you know, we're really fortunate here in India that we've had a couple of long practice sessions with not only our bowlers but lots of, you know, local net bowlers, and it's a blessing, and so I've been really lucky to put some time in the nets, and yeah, it's starting to pay off. And you prefer batting in these conditions, a little bit cooler for you batters? Yeah, well, I mean, I'm from Hobart back in in Australia, so these are my conditions, you could say, and no, I mean, this is a beautiful part of the world. It really is. Thanks for the entertainment today. That was really, really good to watch. Brilliant. Thank you.
Ben Dunk there, legend of the match, 97 off just 45 deliveries. The India Capitals are through to the playoffs. Let's speak to their captain now, Ian Bell. Ian, well done. What a win that was. Let's start off with the man that I just spoke to. That was some innings.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been playing like that, I think, from all the way through this competition, and we just try and find the right time to get him in. As we said at the start of the toss, we've got quite a flexible batting lineup, and just the right entry point for Dunkey to come in, and he showed everyone what he can do today.
How about your bowlers as well? Do you feel that the two seamers in the power play really set the tone for the rest of it?
Yeah, I mean, DK's a class bowler. We've seen that over a long time. So his lengths were immaculate. We talked a lot in the last few days. Certainly with the bat about expressing ourselves and actually being as aggressive as we can, but with the ball hitting at top of the stumps and straight, and we did that really well today.
How's your hamstring? It looked like you tweaked it, maybe going for a second run in the last over of your innings.
Yeah, the one thing I had to do today, and then tweaked it, just getting a bit old and it's a bit cold. So, should have warmed up a bit better. But, it's a bit sore, and hopefully we've got a few days to recover, and we'll see where we go.
So you're confident you will be okay for the playoffs?
Hopefully. Dunkey did a good job then as well. So look, we've got a good squad, so we'll see what it is. So hopefully it's not too bad.
And do you feel your team are peaking at the right time now? It's 2 wins on the bounce in quick succession.
Yeah, that's what you ideally want to do in competition play, and it's great to come through that. We've obviously lost a few tight ones early in the comp, and nice to come through it and strong just to be in the top 2. It's a great testament to the group, and they've worked extremely hard.
Well done. We'll see you in the playoffs.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Well done to the Capitals. We've got one more group game to come tomorrow. That is the end of the presentation.
India Capitals will be very happy with their win today. 185, Ben Dunk. It was just some staggering hitting. 97 from 47. It was much needed in the end because they were only winning it by 13 runs. Manipur Tigers looked down and out, and then Anurit getting them back in the game, finishing unbeaten on 50, striking that 6 off the final ball, but they just fell short with the Capitals winning it by 13 runs. And what a game we have seen here in Srinagar. 2 really good games already. And now this is how things stand. Superstars, they're still top of the table. They qualified ages ago. India Capitals, they have now qualified. They're up into second. And Toyam Hyderabad, winning 3 on the trot, are the 3rd qualifiers at the moment. So someone needs to try and book themselves that 4th qualifier spot. And it will all be decided with what happens in the game tomorrow, because we have the final group game coming up tomorrow. It's Connacht Surias Odisha taking on Gujarat Greats tomorrow evening. It's going to be a really good game, so have a good night and we will see you tomorrow. Flashed away.
And it's been given out. That's close. Yes, it's out. Taken. And it's 50 for Ben. Ben Dunk's on fire.
What a grab!
This is gonna disappear. Nicely balled. That's another one. And that is gonna go.
The India Capitals, they win by 13 runs and they put themselves a spot
Yeah.